Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. Thank you guys for sticking with us. It's day 3, but more importantly, it is Indie Day here on our stream. To kick things off, I'm Morgan from the Treehouse. I'm here with Sam and Audrey, and to get Indie Day started, we're gonna be looking at a lot of titles, but for this one, I want you guys, get those headphones on, pump those desk speakers. We are gonna be taking a look at Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of the Necrodancer featuring The Legend of Zelda. Sam.
Let's get started.
Good job.
And I wanted to start right here on the title screen. If we could get a little bit more of that music.
We could just stay here
Oh,
forever.
yeah.
It's so good.
I almost don't even want to start the game.
I know.
Thursday morning, Zelda and chill. Let's just sit here and listen to this for a little while. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not bluffing. We could listen to this forever.
For sure. I think I probably will start the game though because I like it and I want to play.
Okay, fine.
All right, so getting started here. The title's a little bit long, but it gives you a lot of clues about what this game really is. It is a Crypt of the Necrodancer game that features elements of The Legend of Zelda, and it takes place in Hyrule. If you haven't played Crypt of the Necrodancer before, it's likely you've never played anything like Crypt of the Necrodancer, because it's fairly unique. This is a kind of rhythm action game. You notice as soon as I started moving there, the enemies started moving on a movement pattern. And I need to move along with the beat, otherwise I'll miss a beat like I did just there. So we have a visual indicator at the bottom of the screen letting me know what the beat is, but also the audio as well, which is just fantastic.
And we
It's
just have
so
to
good.
point out right off the bat, you're playing as Zelda.
Oh yeah,
And that's
yeah.
pretty cool.
That doesn't happen often enough, so I'm really excited that we get to do that in this game. And I just took damage there. So all of my movement needs to happen on the beat. This is what happens if I try to not move on the beat. You see, yeah. Trill will come in and yell at me and ask me if I want to turn on fixed beat mode. No, I don't need to do that. I was just doing that for the purposes of demonstration. But all of the enemies also have their own movement patterns. And learning those movement patterns is one of the keys to being successful in this game. So the way you attack is by kind of pressing the control pad into the same direction that an enemy is when an enemy is either at rest or just about to attack you. So one of the ways that you take damage is either by a telegraphed enemy attack or by moving into the same square that an enemy is attempting to move into at the same time.
There's an enemy in the bottom left there, Sam.
Yes, there is. The cuckoos are evil. They'll get in your way, and if you accidentally hit them several times, they behave just as cuckoos do, because we're in Hyrule, and they will swarm you to death.
Yeah, there's nothing like an enemy aggressively dancing toward you.
Yeah, and you'll notice like that, so that projectile is even moving along with the beat.
I see
which
it.
is, yeah,
Really trippy.
Yeah, it's really trippy.
Ooh, nice,
All right.
nice.
So yeah, I used Nehru's Love, which offers you a protection ability, and that will allow you to reflect projectiles if you get the timing right. So you'll notice that now all of the enemies are gone on the screen. I get free movement, so I can just move around at will. I don't have to worry about the beat, and I also received a diamond. So you'll see it at the top left corner of the screen. So I have 33 of those diamonds right now. I did have to play up this save file a little bit to give me a fighting chance because this game is very difficult. And also because it happens on the beat, talking and playing at the same time is especially difficult. It's like rubbing your head and patting your belly or whatever that thing is. It's that kind of thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and get going here.
You notice since you're surrounded by enemies again, the music got frenetic.
Yeah.
It really tells you to stay on your game.
So the weapon that I'm using right now is a dagger, and that means that I can only attack, oh, I'm taking damage here. I can only attack one square directly in front of me. But because this takes place in Hyrule, you have all kinds of Legend of Zelda weapons represented. And I'll go into the inventory here so we can take a look. We've got bombs, bomb chews, we got a bow, and up in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see I have a shovel and a torch, and those will come into use a little bit later. But those are limited time use items, so those won't stay with you if you're defeated. So this isn't a roguelike, but it does have roguelike elements, and it's much more approachable than Crypt of the Necrodancer was. That was a notoriously difficult game. But I'm going to switch to this broadsword here so we can get a look at how that looks.
It's cool. A lot of those elements you saw on that screen will be familiar to the Legend of Zelda fans. We even had little pieces of heart up there in the top left corner.
That's right. And so that's one of the many collectibles that you can get in the game. Oh, so you see, with the broadsword, I'm able to attack 3 tiles in front of me, which is incredibly useful, especially if you're having a rough time with this game. Ah, and here we are.
Oh, you can breathe now.
Yeah, so we're in Kakariko Village, and because we're in Hyrule, we have all of these familiar Legend of Zelda locales. And even though the music is peaceful, you'll notice we still do have enemies on this screen.
Those
we got
darn Kukas.
yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm not going to do that just yet.
Just a little one.
Yeah, I'm going to explore a little bit.
Show them what's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Sleeping as always.
Yep. Let's see if we can't do something about that. Look,
This familiar face.
Yeah, this is Dampé's second appearance on Treehouse Live.
Dampé's big day.
Yeah, he was telling us about a hibiscus potion, and we might be able to use that to wake the sleepy boy in that house. All right, so now we're entering a crypt. A few notes. So the world map is randomly generated. And that random generation happens when you start a new game. And then it remains persistent even if you're defeated throughout the duration of the game. But the crypts in the dungeons are all procedurally generated. And that changes every time you enter a crypt. So if you're defeated and you re-enter a crypt or a dungeon, it'll reform in a completely new fashion.
Oh, yeah,
so
look at that.
As you can see, yeah, it's completely
Can't even go
different
left
here.
now.
So I'm going to try and dispatch everyone in here.
You got this.
And if you, again, we're going to point this out a lot, but the music is absolutely
so good.
amazing in this game. It's not
Oh,
only...
that's not a treasure chest.
Oh,
no, get out of
run.
there.
All right,
It's
cool.
not only familiar Zelda tunes, they're also medleys and remixes that we've never heard before.
Yeah.
And another thing you can tell is that looking at these enemies, you really have to keep an eye on their movements because they will give you a tell when they're about to attack. And that's really
That's right.
important if you don't want to take damage.
Oh, we can hear the dulcet tones of a familiar voice.
Oh, go
Let's see if we can't
towards
make
the
our way over
beautiful
there.
Music.
Oh, I need a
And
key.
Sam, you mentioned that it's roguelike, or has roguelike elements. So some of the items you've collected, if you were to die, you would actually lose those. But
That's
some
right.
of them you would get to keep.
That's right. So any of my Legend of Zelda series items or my weapons, oh, that Poe, you need to... Oh, I got
no.
stuck in a web.
No, good.
Yeah, so the Poes are almost like boos. They only move when you're not looking at them.
You're pretty well bottlenecking those enemies like that.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
decent strategy.
So I just got a flail, and it was a glass flail. So the thing about the glass weapons is that they will crack or they will break if you take any damage. So I'll get to use it for as long as I have it. So some of these enemies are yeah, and it just broke just there.
Yeah, you've said this before, but I think it's worth pointing out again. You are talking while playing on the show floor a rhythm game.
Yeah,
so
it's-
good on you.
I'm missing a few beats here and there,
no
but
small task.
that's just the way it is. So the shovel allows you to manipulate the terrain a little bit and to get into new areas.
And there's something like just watching you play this a lot. A lot of times when you encounter an enemy, you're actually kind of backing up a few steps to sort of let their movement
That's
pattern,
right.
or I guess more like a dance pattern, come
Yeah.
to you.
Who's this beautiful voice?
That's a lot of fun. I bought a key. I don't know if I'll get to use it. We'll see. So I have a temporary or a limited time use item right now that allows me to see what's in treasure chests before I open them, which is really useful. Okay, cool. So you see that skull icon on the floor. That indicates we're about to enter like a little
no.
challenge room.
Oh boy.
This is like
We believe
this is like the
you.
nightclub, dungeon nightclub.
You have such determination to not go straight for those rupees. I would die going for the rupees.
That was really you did a really good job in there.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, collecting keys. So let's see if we can't find what's going on in this Kakariko crypt. There's a locked door. Oh, great.
Oh no.
Look what I did. I might have to dip out of this real quick in order to reset this dungeon or this crypt. But the music, oh my goodness.
It's really amazing. Fans of Legend of Zelda will really love to hear all of these beautiful remixes of these classic songs. And friends from Crypt of the Necrodancer will be happy to see their singing friend again.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many elements from both of the games represented. So I could be using my bow. The cool thing about the bow is that it allows you to attack enemies from far away, but you still need to be doing that on the beat.
I love the little like map in the bottom right. It's like you know your map being revealed as you go to new areas, but it's like these big chunky pixels down there that just look, I don't know.
So here
I just
we're
like looking
fighting
at it.
Shadow Link.
Shadow Link is not
Yes.
sleepy.
No. And he is the boss of the Kakariko Crypt.
Oh,
Oh, well dodged.
oh,
So I can attack him from the side, and the broadsword is going to...
Nice.
Hibiscus
Thank
Potion.
goodness. All right.
Yes.
I got it. We know what we can use that for. But because there are still enemies in the crypt, you notice that the music didn't go back to its nice, calm state.
Yeah, you've still got your beats along the bottom. You've still got to keep moving to that cadence.
So I only briefly touched on the diamonds, but the diamonds are the persistent currency.
Yeah.
And they'll stay with you even if you're defeated. And you don't have to spin them all in one go. So you can collect them up and save them for something
Right, but the
a little bit
rupees, you
later.
would have lost those if you had died in
Yes,
that
the
dungeon.
rupees, my limited time use items, all of those I would have lost if I was defeated.
Wake up, Link.
Yes.
Jumps out of bed, already dressed. Ready to go.
And Link, I do need your help.
Yeah. When you put your bed in the middle of your room, that's how important sleep is, you know.
That's true.
Like-
He has his priorities.
So I'm going to enlist Link's help here when we start some co-op. So how about it, Audrey?
Let's
Want to
do
join
it. All right.
in? Okay, cool. Yay! All right, so you have your own set of weapons, and there are some weapons that only Link can use. I did it.
Yeah.
I did the thing.
That's what I was
did
going
the
to
thing.
do.
I did.
Why?
I
You
knew
took
you were
that
going to do
from
it.
me.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's go back.
Okay.
Actually, I'm
Lead the
going to
way, lady.
You want to see Zelda jam out here?
I do.
So I just used the golden loot, which is going to allow me to
Oh,
warp to
yes.
different areas of the map.
I love it.
So
More
I've
chunky
revealed,
pixels.
yeah, I've revealed a lot of this already, but we don't want to show too much of it off. So we're going to warp to an area called the Gerudo Ruins. And
Oh, and the
yeah,
song
music,
here.
I know,
Oh,
it's
so
so good. So when you're playing in co-op, it makes things a lot easier because you can dispatch enemies more quickly, but it also makes things in a way more challenging because I haven't touched
Coordinate.
on it just yet because I haven't been able to maintain a good multiplier, but if you defeat a lot of enemies in a row without missing a beat and without taking damage, then you'll earn a multiplier and you'll start a nice combo, and that can have many different positive effects. You'll earn more diamonds whenever you clear the entire screen of oh, this is where I got the golden loot. So hey, we get to say hi to Cadence.
Sup, Cadence?
So to kind of set up what we're going to do here, I want to head back towards the Gerudo Ruins. And we're going to go in here. All right. So we're going to need 3 gears. And hopefully we can find those around here. So as I was saying about the multiplier, there are some weapons that'll actually do more damage if you have a high multiplier. Those are modifiers that you can add on to your weapons. And apologies, I think I have a little bit of an advantage here because I have a weapon that allows me to attack many tiles in front of me, but Audrey does not.
I know, you start with a short-range weapon, and it is punishing.
Yeah, and if you guys pay attention to that triangle at the bottom of the screen, if it starts to get kind of electrically charged and stuff starts happening, that means that multiplier is going up.
Okay, I think
You have to jump on the beat here, or you will get pummeled. Oh, defeat all enemies.
Oh, no.
It's like, just give me the goods.
All right, we got one. I need some hearts. Oh, do you
Oh,
want to
we are
grab
low
that shovel?
on hearts.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, you
oh,
need that
yes.
shovel.
Sweet shovel.
Okay.
I'm a little bit worried about the heart situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I need to be careful about that. If we're defeated, it's okay. We'll just get to show you what the defeat sequence looks like.
Oh,
use that
no,
as a-
tempo up.
Oh, no, okay. You stepped on that button that
Yes.
increased the tempo.
You have to
and
watch
that's really
out
bad
for those
news.
switches. I'm sorry, Zelda.
Oh, no.
Oh,
okay.
my.
Things are looking bad for me. Oh, no. Okay, I need to get away from this big guy.
Yeah, we
here.
need to.
We don't need to defeat all the enemies, so I'm going to head over here to the right.
I'm gonna try and get away from him.
Can you follow me over here?
I am.
Run and shovel your way to.
Oh, no.
safety.
Okay. Oh, the music.
Makes you feel better even when it's taunting
Right.
you. Oh,
One of the things that I like to do, because once you start in motion, you kind of need to stay in motion. Oh, no. Okay.
okay.
So if you were to go to a Sheikah Stone, you could revive me. And the Sheikah Stone is just down there to your left, if you can make your way there. Don't bump into the cactuses, though.
No. Oh,
Oh, no.
I mean, fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Sheikah
Yeah.
Stone.
Oh,
no,
no.
Yes, yes.
You're going to
So
make it.
close.
I believe in you.
I believe. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
It didn't fill your hearts, though.
No.
Oh, I don't have a shovel anymore, so can you destroy
Yep,
this?
I can get through here.
There we go.
That's called teamwork.
That's
All
teamwork.
right. Oh, I'm going to need more of your help.
Oh,
Oh,
So yeah, once again, those limited time use items, when you're defeated, you lose those.
and it doesn't feel so good.
Nice. So you see the mark on that treasure chest there. That means that we're going to need to defeat all of the enemies in this area before we're going to be able to access it.
Oh, nice.
Thank goodness.
Just in time. Oh, and we got the other gear.
Okay, cool.
One
we
to
need just
go.
one more.
And one thing that I find interesting is like you said, Sam, when you're playing co-op, it's a little bit easier in a lot of regards. But on the other hand, like it's almost impossible to stay out of each other's way
Yeah.
as you're jumping to the beat and dodging enemies. So sometimes you might need to go a certain square and your buddy's there, and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's also much harder to maintain that multiplier because you're
Mm-hmm.
both working toward it
Yeah.
simultaneously. So we could dispatch these enemies so much quicker since we're playing in co-op. But Link and Zelda playing together, that's so cool.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Just as I fall,
Okay.
you say that.
It's all right. I'll see if I can't finish this room off. Okay,
I believe. Very wise.
Cool. All right.
Ah, third gear. And another shovel.
Yeah. So those limited time use items, they'll replace the one that you have, and you can choose which you'd rather keep. All right, so I'm going to visit the Sheikah Stone, revive you. There we are.
Thank you.
All right, cool. So we got the 3 gears. Let's go inside. Oh, rather I'm going to shoot an arrow at you. You're going to charge me? Okay.
Oh, nothing's for free in this world.
Oh, great.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, we can hear the
Yeah.
sounds already.
It's pretty treacherous in here. Gotta stay out of each other's way.
Look
stay
at
out of
all the enemies.
I know.
So one of the things I like to do is kind of buffer my movement against the walls sometimes, because that'll keep the enemies moving in their movement pattern. But you don't necessarily have to move. Oh, could we use another piece of art? We got plenty of them. Oh, yes, and that was enough to get us another heart container.
Yeah,
And refill
cleaned out
all
his
of our health.
wares.
But yes, I'm not sure if you're watching. Like what Sam meant is you have to move every beat. You can't just stand still.
Right.
So, but you can kind of bounce up off a wall so that you're not having to like advance toward an enemy or something like that.
Oh, I've got them all bottlenecked. That was a slaughter.
That'll show them to just stand around.
Okay, looks like another. Let's go. Nice.
Key.
All right. Oh,
My
Grab-
ears,
grab
my
your-
ears are
grab
so
your
happy.
headphones.
I know. It just
I
feels like it was like a
know.
crazy breakdown
So
that happened in there. Oh my
creepy.
god.
I didn't want to talk while it was happening.
Yeah.
This is going to be challenging. That is a little bomb button, but I want. Okay, I'll just get it from
Ooh,
the side.
nice.
Oh, cool. We got a map.
Come on, hit the bomb button.
No.
Well, you'll see what happens. You need to get
Thank
away
you,
from them because
thank
the
you.
bombs will damage you also. Okay. Okay.
Well done.
That broadsword is really helpful. Okay, cool. Ooh, here we go. What do you
Boomerang?
want?
Let's get the boomerang.
Boomerang.
Yes. My arm is complete.
All right, you can see over on the right side of the screen where that's assigned, that button assignment there.
Ow. very cool.
I love just looking at all the stuff you guys have up in that upper left and right.
Yeah,
It's like there's so much stuff.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So again, your keys, your rupees, any of your limited time use items, all of those you lose whenever you're defeated. But any of the tiles that you've, the map squares that you've revealed, whenever you activate a Sheikah Stone, that becomes a warp point and you can return there. So the entire world state doesn't reset every time you're defeated. And that's a difference from Crypt of the Necrodancer. We're making quick work.
Well done.
Another key.
We're loaded up on keys.
Just need to find some places to use them.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So now I have a spear. And the cool thing about the spear is that it allows me to attack enemies that are a tile away from me. So it gives me a little bit more reach. Didn't help me there.
I took your rupees. Sorry.
No. Okay, I found another locked door.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, we need to destroy these coffins as soon as... Oh, gosh.
Try
This
to get
guy
around
is
to
really
that other
tough.
coffin.
Got it.
Ah. Recognize this guy.
Oh, no.
Ah, no, no, no. Get away.
There we are. Oh, thank goodness. I've only got half a heart left.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
And that was the end of me. Audrey, see what you can do on your own.
We've got this. Maybe. Oh, I needed that guy over here. Oh, no. Come on. Over here.
There
Okay,
you go.
Got it.
Nice.
Got it. Got it.
If you go back, you might be able to get that chest.
Ooh.
I think you're gonna need to.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
Okay, yeah. So now if you step on that, oh, okay, so you can actually get back to the Sheikah Stone really quickly if you want to and
Ooh,
revive me.
through
Yeah, so, if you push that so that you can use it as a stepping stone. Yeah, and now if you go all the way down outside of the Gerudo Ruins,
Good luck. That sounds sarcastic right now for some reason.
and if you hit that Sheikah Stone.
Yeah, we've got this.
Okay, cool. Thank
You
you.
seem really excited to join the boss fight, Sam. I don't know.
well-
Yeah, he's like, you can just go back, and I'm not arguing. I'm not mad. Please, please
this
join
boss
the boss
fight is
fight.
really challenging. So we're gonna need all the help we can get.
Yes. This is exciting. Oh
Oh boy.
And we get our first look at the new villain of this game, Octavo.
He thinks Hyrule belongs to him, but I tend to disagree.
So he's kind of forced the king into a deep slumber, and that sets up the story.
Link's jealous. He's like, I want to be in a deep slumber. Oh boy, Guitarmos Knights.
Base Guitarmos Knights.
Ooh.
yeah. Yes.
That's really cool and frightening.
Good luck.
You as well. Oh no!
Are you down already?
I'm already down.
Oh, no.
I think I was low on health.
Oh, dang.
Oh, dodge.
This is why you were revived, Sam.
Maybe I should have died and had you revive me. Oh, get.
Okay, I gotta
get the
stay away from the
minions
hot
first.
holes. I need to make my way around, but they're moving with me.
Now I can backseat groove. Okay. Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh man.
gotta get that last guy.
Oh, no. I'm on the hot coals.
Get off of there. Oh, that was nice.
You can do this.
That range is
Yeah,
really
that
coming in
range weapon's
handy.
helpful.
No.
Oh,
no.
Oh, get
I
out
gotta
of
get
there.
out of here.
Get out of there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we'll get to see we'll get to see the
As
defeat sequence. Yeah.
intended.
Yeah.
All right. So when you're defeated, you come and you get to talk to the Oracle, and the Oracle will allow you to use your diamonds on any one of these things that might help you out. I think we should probably each take a shovel, but we're gonna get to go right back into the boss room and give that one more shot. So we've already done all the work. We have full health. If you have multiple items, I I might go back to this broadsword, although that range was really
That
helpful.
range was pretty
Yeah,
helpful
yeah,
for those
okay.
You
guys.
could like reach over the coals and just like poke him. Hi, hi.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we needed to, did we need to go through here first? Nope. I thought this is where the room was. Oh, it is. Okay.
There we go.
Cool.
Yeah, don't play scared. You're trying to get out of this boss
No.
fight. I don't remember where it was.
One down.
That was totally intentional. It just gave us an opportunity to listen to the music again.
And visually, actually, the size of these bosses, I think, really reinforces like their movement patterns. It gives you a chance to like,
Oh, no.
if you're not playing, like I'm just watching and not talking and playing. It's a lot easier for me to follow the boss's movements because they're so gigantic.
No, no. They are being really aggressive right now. Okay. Get off those hot
Oh, no.
balls, buddy.
Oh, he's moving into us. We've got,
Got
You got this. You got this. You got
Here
this.
we
You
go.
got this. You got
We can do
this.
this. One heart. I believe in you, though. Come on, 3 hits. Oh, that is
2 more
smart.
arrows. One more
One
arrow.
more.
One more arrow.
Yes.
There we go.
Got
Oh, my
him.
goodness.
Good
The power of
work.
ranged weapons.
And let's collect our reward.
Yes. It's a pretty sick gem.
It's really cool. That's right. I do feel a magical aura.
That's true.
Wow, that was
That's way too much fun
Yeah,
to play
yeah.
co-op.
Oh, my goodness.
It really is.
that was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all the time we have for that segment. I'm glad we got to see that boss fight through.
Good work, Sam.
And yeah, what else do we have? Anything in closing thoughts about this game, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. Grab your headphones. Cadence of Hyrule, the Crypt of the Necrodancer, featuring The Legend of Zelda, is available to download on Nintendo eShop this morning.
Yes.
This morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So, Sam, Audrey, thank you guys. And Indie Day rolls on. We are going to be right back on Nintendo Treehouse Live with Dauntless. So don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching this one, guys.
everybody. Welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleague Vince from our Publisher and Developer Relations team. And I am super excited that right now we're going to take a look at Dauntless for Nintendo Switch. We've got some guests with us here from the Phoenix Labs team. Jesse, Nick, and Chris, thank you so much for bringing this over. I know y'all have been really busy with development. You got a ways to go, but it's really awesome that you give us a chance to take an early look at the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. So here today we're showing off Dauntless on Switch for the first time ever. It's hands-on on the show floor. You can jump in, check out a couple of our behemoth hunts. And today we got a special surprise. We're going to debut a brand new behemoth never before seen on stream today.
And we will try to take it down.
And we will try
See how
our
it
best.
goes. So as we get started here, for folks who maybe haven't had a chance to check out Dauntless before, what can we tell them about what this game is all about?
Yeah, so Dauntless is a co-op action RPG where you and up to 4 of your friends go on these cooperative hunts and challenge these boss-sized, larger-than-life behemoths that are threatening humanity's survival.
And I think we've got one we can kind of get warmed up on before we tackle the new beastie.
Yeah, we're going to warm up against Charog, which is one of our earlier game behemoths, but not without its own set of challenges. So why don't we hop in here and check it out?
Sweet.
In the full version of Dauntless, you'll be crafting hundreds of different weapons and armor and gear combinations. For the sake of the demo today, we've got a couple pre-built kits here. So I'm going to go with the War Pike, which is a great utility team support weapon.
All right, I really enjoy mobility, so I'm going to grab the chain blades, I think, today.
Awesome. Yeah, no RPG would be complete without lots of character customization options. So when you start your journey in Dauntless, you'll create a Slayer, tailor your appearance with, again, hundreds of different combinations and options.
I will say, when I first started playing the game, I was amazed how long it took me in the character creator. I wasn't expecting to have so many options. This is just like 4 pre-builds, but it's really remarkable that you can make such a personalized take on your Slayer, but then once you get into the game and you reach the Ramsgate City area, you can actually customize again. It's not like you're locked into one look.
Yeah, one of the things we really wanted to kind of nail when we started development was making sure that players felt like they could be whoever they wanted to be in the world. And you change over time, so we wanted to make sure that players also are able to change what they look like over time as well.
So,
with so much content already here, how is this game free to play?
That's a great question. We don't really think about kind of the free-to-play model as, something that you should have a little bit of content or a lot of content. We really focus on delivering, the best experience to players that we possibly could. And, in a game like this, having lots of behemoths, lots of weapons, lots of ways to interact with the game is really important to us. And so, we've been building the game now for about 4 years. And, we keep kind of layering on and trying to add more and more content as we go. And we're also basically adding, new behemoths, new weapons consistently. We're patching every 2 weeks. And, the next big kind of jump for us is to bring the game to Switch where, we can get even more awesome players in. So.
That's awesome.
all right, so heading into a Charog hunt, one thing I think that's really interesting about how you jump into combat in this game, there's not a class system. It's choosing a weapon based on the behemoth that you're going to fight. You have the freedom to adjust your loadout every time you go in. But then there's a lot you can do to customize your loadout to really fill a role on your team if you want to, or really optimize your playstyle one direction or another. But there's a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't really want players to feel like they had to make a static choice with the way that they wanted to play. And we want, again, with the kind of the idea of being whoever you want to be within the game, the weapon kind of provides a baseline for kind of how you want to interact with the game world. But then, there's even more deeper customization inside there. So, like, each weapon, for example, has, multiple types of customization inside of it. There's different powers that they each have. On top of that, as you continue to progress through the mastery system, which is kind of like a leveling system in the game, and an achievement system, you start unlocking new other customizations. So, for example, if we were playing Axe, one of the moves with the Axe is to actually throw it. And you can customize that to, so normally it comes back to you after you've thrown it. What you can do is you can actually take a mod that takes away the kind of the boomerang effect and makes it do a lot more damage.
And I love that depth of combat and just that flexibility because, as an axe user, you would think you're kind of locked into just melee, but the ability to have a little bit of range for the strategy, right? That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we're fighting Charog. So he's the big kind of salamander-looking thing. Fun fact: we actually called him Sally for the longest time because we didn't have a good name for him.
That's cute.
So I'm going to really try not to call him Sally the whole time that we're fighting him.
Oh, he looks like he could be a Sally. He's got
Yeah.
that Sally vibe going on. Oh, and
So
he's got a lot of fire.
Oh, I am definitely on fire.
Charog's a fire behemoth, and so one of the ways that you kind of choose how you want to play is kind of what armor you bring changes your resistances and what powers you have. And so Nick is currently wearing the Ember Main armor, which is another fire behemoth's armor. So it's got a lot of fire resistance, which is really good for this encounter. And you can actually see there's kind of some, we just saw some kind of blue puffs there. That's some ice abilities that are, going to be really strong against Charog.
And I love that extra layer strategy with the elemental, put pieces with like ice and try to mix and match, and you feel like all the gear that you're getting is worth something. You're not kind of just replacing and swapping out for the next big thing, right?
Yeah, totally. So, as you can see, he's starting to get kind of cut up, and that kind of shows kind of how the fight is progressing. So, you'll notice that there's no kind of health bars or whatever. We really want players to kind of have a really diegetic experience in the game and really take. You have to pay attention to what's going on. They also wherever those those cuts are local to where there's been where damage has been done. So if you see the tail's been actually pretty cut up, so that means it might actually get cut off pretty soon here if everybody continues to focus on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and attack it, get it exposed, open up a weak point for Chris here to maybe cut the tail off.
Yeah, Sally's not playing very nice right now. Jeez.
One of the things that I love about this game as you're getting in here is as you encounter each new kind of behemoth, you really need to pay attention to its movements, its attacks, learn its tells, and figure out, okay, for this behemoth, what does my strategy need to be? And if you've got a team that works really well together, you can really capitalize on those moments where you're going to have a little bit of an opening, or you're able to do a little bit more damage to the behemoth, especially for certain parts. And in terms of kind of focusing certain areas of the behemoth and building up your strategy, we should probably talk a little bit about the different colors of damage numbers that folks are seeing on the screen here.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the case of the Warpike is unique because it actually does 3 different types of damage. It does normal damage, which is white, and then it also does what's called piercing damage. And piercing damage is really interesting because the more piercing damage you do, the more likely you are to expose an area on the behemoth. And when an area is exposed, other players can come and now do other players can come and do more damage to that area. And then you'll see the yellow damage there, that's slashing damage. So that's your basic kind of like, it cuts off pieces, it does more damage to parts, and changes kind of how the loot table will go. So, as you do more slashing damage to an area, you'll break a part. And as you break parts, that will change the actual loot table that these behemoths drop. And as it goes with loot, the basic premise is you're saving these islands from these behemoths, but also at the same time you're taking kind of the pieces of the behemoth to make more new armor with them. And so you're kind of constantly trying to kill bigger behemoths so that you can get better armor, so that you can kill more even bigger behemoths.
Yeah, and I know this is a kind of, for the sake of the demo, consolidated to just the behemoth, but I love the world that you created for all the biomes and just how it attributes to each behemoth.
Yeah, so right now we're in kind of a desert biome, which is, obviously very kind of blaze or fire oriented. The next biome I think we're going to see is going to be the ice one, and each has different properties. They have different layouts and kind of different kind of thematics that really try and help sell it. On top of that, the types of things that you gather in each biome are going to be very different. And so, the consumables, which is that area on the bottom right there, which are the various things that you can bring to a fight to kind of further customize your experience, all of those are generated through the gathering system. We don't have any of that in the demo, just to kind of keep things moving quickly. But as a Slayer, what you'll end up doing is let's say if you want a special type of grenade, you're going to want to go and grab some various gatherables within the island. kind of while you're fighting the behemoth.
Right.
And it is interesting. I mean, for some of the combat, finding the behemoth in the first place is going to be part of the challenge because you've got
there we go,
a
got the
big
tail.
territory that it could be hanging out in. So once you actually find it, you can toss up a flare, let the rest of your team know, okay, fine, I found it. Come here, stop collecting stuff. We gotta go to work.
Yeah, and we're also, as you just saw, like the behemoth kind of fell over there. That was kind of one of those breaks, and so, one of the things that kind of just popped up on the left side of the screen was that those break parts changing the loot table there and getting kind of some rare loot.
So for folks who haven't played Dauntless before, we should probably spend a little bit of time going over the HUD here and what folks are seeing on the screen. Because
Yeah,
we've got a
absolutely.
lot of helpful information going on here.
Absolutely. So I talked a little bit about the bottom right corner. So that's your various consumables that you can bring. On the top left, that's your standard health bar plus a stamina bar. So each move takes stamina to do, and you kind of got to manage your stamina. Below that, in Nick's case, that's basically a charge bar. So each weapon has a different kind of set of abilities that it can do. And in the case of the Warpike, as you're hitting the behemoth, you're going to charge up. You're going to basically take either Aether from the behemoth and store it in your.
Hey! There we go.
Awesome, you guys did it. So yeah, you're going to take all that Aether from it, and you're going to charge up the blade, and then as long as you don't get hit, you can then kind of plug it in and then do some special moves with it. Anyways, do you want to talk a little bit about the next stuff there, Nick?
Yeah, so we're going to jump into one more hunt. We're going to check out a brand new behemoth never before seen. His name is Winterhorn Scrave. We've been working on him for a couple of months now. He's definitely one of the more challenging behemoths in the game. As you saw, things like pixel-perfect dodges, high-fidelity combat, very tactical feel in the game, super important to us. So we're no strangers to challenge in our game. And yeah, we're going to give him a go, see how we do, and see how things go.
Right on. So any tips as we head into Winterhorn's Grave?
Yeah, so
Dodge.
Dodge is great. Dodge is your
dodge,
best
dodge.
friend. Don't get hit. He's going to drop these winter totems that are going to create blizzards that will obscure our field of view. So we're definitely going to want to jump on those as quickly as we can. If you find yourself get frozen, you're going to want to mash the dodge button to break free. If you see one of your allies who's frozen, you can knock them free by hitting the ice off of them as well.
Sounds good. While we're getting ready to load into this new behemoth, during the normal gameplay cycle, what we'd have done after that is pick up all the gear that we picked up from that behemoth and then head back to Ramsgate. And there's a lot of really awesome stuff that you can do there for your character in terms of progressing different quest lines, interacting with artisans, craftspeople. We should probably talk a little bit about that since folks who are watching won't have a chance to see Ramsgate in action here.
Yeah. So basically, you called it out. Like, there's a whole bunch of. It's kind of the Ramsgate is the social hub for us, and so as you go back, it's where you kind of meet up with your friends, where you find your party, get ready to go. The loadout, you go and you craft new weapons, kind of discover the quests and stuff like that, and ultimately is where you interact with the story of the game as well. And so we want to give players kind of a space where they kind of can feel comfortable with expressing themselves and who they are in the game world, and that's what Ramsgate's all about.
I was so impressed when I first got there, just how much potential it feels like there is in that city with so many colorful characters and just the environment itself. I think the first time I ended up in Ramsgate, I just wandered off. I wasn't ready to talk to anybody yet. I was like, I'm going to go explore over here, and I ended up in a sewer system, and I found a really cute turtle, and I was like, okay, I guess I should talk to the other people first. But I was having so much fun just jumping around this city and exploring it.
Yeah, there's so that Hector's name is that turtle's name is Hector.
Oh,
actually.
Hector! Hector's adorable.
Also, there's a guild in the game called the Roof Rams, and they've been around since the earliest betas. And these players are feverish about making sure that they can get to every corner, and have given us a lot of great feedback on how to best make that a fun experience for them. So
awesome.
Shout out to the Roof Rams.
Hi.
Yeah.
You look big and stumpy and scary.
So, Winterhorn Scrave is actually an old behemoth that we had in the game for a while that we actually removed, and we wanted to redo from scratch. And so, some players will be familiar kind of with some of his moveset, but we basically took him back into the lab, redid the model, redid all the gameplay elements, and made him a whole lot harder.
He's very mobile right off the bat, just seeing how much he's using the space and moving around.
Yeah,
Just
so-
being able to pin him down.
I was going to say,
be an
Scrave is hard
interesting
enough,
challenge.
man. Jeez.
So he's basically a mobile control behemoth. So a lot of what he does is controls the battlefield. So you'll start to see soon he leaves mines on the ground. He throws up walls all over the place that you have to kind of manage. And then pretty soon he'll also start to throw those totems down, which slow you down, do damage. And if you don't basically kind of keep on top of it, the fight's going to snowball pretty poorly.
Oh, snowball.
Nice
Oh.
dad joke
I
there,
see what
Jesse.
you did there.
Thanks.
Oh,
Looks
okay, so
like
we've got
he's
the visibility
a
effect
totem
going
up here.
Where do you drop
So the
that
interesting
at?
part of these totems is that, as you guys are having to focus on it, he's still hanging around doing his business. And so, it gets really tough once he gets one or two of those things going out.
So in terms of equipment, we've talked a little bit about weapon customization, talked about armor, but another really important part of a Slayer's loadout that we haven't touched on is the lantern.
Fox is kind of the lantern expert on the team.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to not die.
Good luck.
While we talk about that. So we've rolled a few different lanterns into the presets for the demo, but that's something that you're gonna be able to fully customize. As you hunt and as you craft things from the different behemoths. Right now, I have an Embermane lantern, which leaves these giant mines essentially that explode after a set amount of time. Some of the other ones we have for the demo are we have the Skarn lantern, which has a damaging kind of shield around you. We have Drask lantern, which lets you shoot a gigantic lightning bolt. So 1 second here.
So one of the things that the lanterns do is they kind of embody the behemoth that they were made from. So, while the armor and the weapons kind of call back to them, so, for example, the Embermane armor is very good against fire, we really wanted to kind of give the players an opportunity to have something that really, screams the behemoth.
Like be the behemoth almost, and use one of their signature attacks.
So Drask is that, if you remember back to the kind of the start screen that we showed earlier, he's that kind of big green lizard, and his kind of key abilities, he shoots these kind of like sniper laser beams. And so the Drask Lantern, when you activate it and you build up charge with it, then gives you that ability to shoot those kind of laser beams and do kind of very Drask-oriented things. So Nick, as you can see there, is stuck. And the ideal there is that he gets out of that thing, or another player can come and rescue him out of that in order to escape.
I need
before.
rescuing.
Almost like he's protecting that Aether vein down there.
Yeah, and I was underneath him, which was not great.
I'll grab
So-
that totem.
All right.
So he was actually around that Aether vein. Those Aether veins are really interesting and unique. So one of the core mechanics around healing is generally to use consumables, but when you're out of consumables, you can then use the Aether veins, which is that kind of blue, kind of little rocky formation that's got some wispies coming out of it.
And worth mentioning, it's limited use, so you don't want to be the jerk who hogs the vein.
Exactly.
Sadly, that's me almost all the time. That's why none of these guys play with me at work. Now, the cool thing about those Aether veins is that's also what feeds the behemoth. So now the demo, basically, the behemoths will stay in the same area, but in the main game, they'll basically run off to heal. And when they do, they kind of claw up. They kind of go and find a vein of Aether, and they claw it up out of the ground, and they start to heal themselves. Players can take advantage of that as well, which is kind of gives this interesting kind of push-pull mechanic of, you want to force the behemoths away from them for as soon as you can, but at the same time, when they run away, that gives you an opportunity to kind of heal up, get ready, and do some gathering. So you want to really kind of manage how much time you're spending away from the behemoth.
Speaking of management, I am not managing my stamina very well here. Ooh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So we touched a little bit on the free-to-play model, and right now you are in Season 5, the Hidden Blades season. So folks who are down for some ninja action, there's some awesome kind of ninja-themed stuff going on in the game. But I think it's really nice that you've got a couple of different progressions as you go through seasons with the Hunt Pass. So folks can just enjoy that free-to-play experience, or if they want to, they can bump up to Elite to get a bit of a different progression system through the game.
Yeah, so how we monetize is largely around customization and kind of what we call personalization. So the idea of how you express yourself, and you might kind of be getting a kind of a theme here. We really want Dauntless to be all about expressing yourself, and so the Hunt Pass is a big reflection of that. So a Hunt Pass is kind of very similar to a Battle Pass that you might see in other games, where you as you do actions in the game and as you play the game a whole bunch, you'll be unlocking new tiers and new levels. And as you unlock those, you get new customizations, you get some currency, you get other great stuff, some consumables, and it's all about kind of reflecting kind of your actions in the game.
Oh,
I just
This
love
guy
that
is
it adds like
fun.
an extra layer of personalization to your point, right? You're of course gearing up for the hunt and the fight, but you can also, fight in style.
Totally. So it's starting to get a little hairy here. Everybody's running out of potions.
We got this.
The danger
and
meter's getting
unfortunately,
high.
we're also running out of time, so I don't know if we're going to be able to take this guy down at the time we've got.
Yeah, as you can see at the top right corner there's the danger meter. So the danger meter is basically a reflection of how scared the airship captain, the guy who brought you to the island, is feeling. And so as that kind of ticks up, so it's 63% now, but basically as players get down, now it's 72%, everybody's kind of taking a lot of damage. So when that hits 100%, you're no longer able to revive your teammates. And it starts to get into kind of a death, not a death match,
Do or die.
a do or die kind of scenario.
Oh, I'm trying to res you. I'm trying. There we
So
go.
81,
Thank
so it's
you.
getting really kind of hairy here now, and you can start to see there's a bunch of damage on the behemoth as well. So it really is, coming down to the wire here.
And that's unfortunately about all the time we've got for today, so I don't know if we're going to be able to show off taking down this behemoth, but you're actually going to make this available on the show floor today, right? So people can try it out for
Yeah,
themselves.
so everyone on the show floor, if you hit both bumpers and then push in both thumbsticks on the Behemoth selection screen, it'll unlock Winterhorn's Grave in the demo, and you can check it out for yourself.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for letting us try this out and bringing this game over. I can't wait to see how it shapes up as you wrap up development. It's just
Thank
so
you.
much fun to play.
So thanks so much.
Before we wrap up, do you have any last thoughts to share with our viewers?
It's coming to Switch later this year, but we do believe in cross-play and cross-progression. So you can head to Play Dauntless today and start your journey in PC or Xbox or PlayStation 4. And then when it comes out on Switch later this year, you'll be able to bring your progress into the Switch version as well.
As somebody who spends a lot of time on the road traveling, being able to bring my Slayer with me is going to be super, super
Same.
helpful.
Yeah.
Super excited for it.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, guys, so much for coming by, sharing this game with us. Vince, thanks for joining us as well. And folks who are watching, please don't go anywhere. Next up, we're going to be taking a look at Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. Thanks for watching. everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleague Vince from the Publisher and Developer Relations team. And this segment, we're going to be taking a look at Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. Beautiful new game, and we've got some very special guests with us. Over here, we've got Natsan and Koichi-san from Edelweiss, and we've got John from Exceed handling the interpretation for us today. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing this game with us this afternoon.
昨日は来ていただきありがとうございます。
So before we hop into the game, I wonder if we could tell our viewers a little bit more about the story, the setting, and who Sakuna is as we jump into the gameplay.
ゲームプレイを始める前にサクナというキャラクターとこのゲームのストーリーについてちょっとご紹介いただけますか。
はい、サクナは、戦いと豊穣を司る神様で、彼女は神々が住む都で暮らしていたんですけども、とても自堕落に怠けて大きくなりました。ある大きなミスをしてしまって、人間たちと一緒に鬼が支配する島で暮らさなければならなくなり、そこで彼女は稲を育てて鬼と戦います。
So Sakuna is the daughter of a harvest goddess and a god of war, and she had lived a really luxurious life and kind of a lazy life in the capital. But there was an accident that happened, and so she was sent to an island that's controlled by demons with a group of humans. And so on that island, she grows rice, and she also battles the demons.
Sounds like a really interesting opportunity for her to maybe grow a little bit as a goddess, having to interact with people, look after humans for a little while.
サクナは人間と接触して何かの成長の種になるってことですか。
そうですね。初めは人間たちとあまり仲良くはいかないんですけども、いろんなトラブルや事件を経て、彼らの関係にも変化が生じるようになります。
So at first, when she lives with the humans, she doesn't get along with them very well, and there's a lot of different troubles that happen. But of course, as she lives with them longer, they become closer, and there's some change in all of the characters.
Well, I know the game itself is beautiful. I know you guys have put a lot of work into development. Koichi-san, would you mind taking us into the game so we can have a look?
ちょっとプレイを始まって
はい。
And one of the things I think is remarkable, and I want people to keep in mind as we get in here and look at the gameplay, Edelweiss is a two-person team. The two of you created all of this together. It's really remarkable.
このゲームは2人で作ったんですね。
ほぼ大体2人ということになります。
That's correct. Mostly the two of us have made this entire game.
I'm sure we'll see soon here, but I love how unique this hybrid gameplay is with the combat we're seeing now, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of the farming mechanic later.
このゲームプレイがこのコンバットアクションのゲームプレイについてが非常に面白くてもっと見たいです。
はい、ありがとうございます。
So looking at the environment here, it looks like it's fall right now, and I can see autumn up in the HUD in the upper corner. The seasons actually play a really significant part in the game. Can we talk a little bit more about that?
画面の右上に秋が書いていることがありますが、それについてご説明何かいただけますか。
はい、季節は稲作に大きな影響を与えるのと、それと、ダンジョン内で季節ごとの野菜などを収穫することができますので、そういったところに影響します。
So of course, because the game contains farming elements, the seasons play a role in that. But also, the kinds of ingredients that you can collect while you're in the dungeon parts, in the stages, will change depending on the season.
And here I think we're going to see things like acorns being collected. We're going to see what those are useful for a little later on. Looking at the combat a bit more closely, I think it's so interesting as the daughter of a god of war and a goddess of the harvest, she's kicking butt using farming tools.
サクナが農業の道具を使ってます。それについて何かコメントが。
はい、サクナは武器として、基本的に農具を使うんですけれども、このゲームに出てくる武器っていうのは、剣や槍は出てこなくて、全て日本で昔から使われてきた日常的な道具で統一されています。
So in this game, Sakuna doesn't use any swords or spears. She only uses farming tools that were actually used in ancient Japan.
Imagine the research that went into that and figuring out what kind of tools you could use as weapons in the game must have been very interesting.
その道具に関する研究が非常に興味深かったと思います。
あ、はい。
Maybe part of the goddess part of Sakuna, but the celestial scarf is quite a unique mechanic, I would say, that adds extra layers to the combat as well.
羽衣もゲームプレイにいろんな影響がありますね。
そうですね。羽衣を利用して、ステージの移動に使ったりとか、戦闘などにも幅広いプレイに影響を与えます。
The celestial scarf, which is also known in the game as the divine raiment, is used in many ways. It's obviously for platforming, but also in combat as well.
Yeah, even just the movement, right? Just swinging back and forth is so fun.
And I think the speed and the intensity of combat is really interesting. You've got all these sort of animal-inspired monsters that you're fighting, but she's so agile, and there's so much you do as far as positioning as you go through this combat. It's really fun to play. So one of the things that's interesting here, I think, looking back at the top right corner there, we see it's fall. We also see the time of day, and the time of day plays into combat as well.
画面の右上に時間が見えますか？夜とか昼とか、それにどんな影響がありますか？ゲームプレイに。
はい、リアルタイムに時間が変わっていきまして、夜になりますと敵が強くなったりとか、夜でないと通れない場所などが出てきたりします。
So depending on the time of day, if it's night, the enemies will become stronger, but also you can access different areas that you couldn't before.
So it's worth visiting day and night and seeing what's changed and what you can get up to differently.
I think we also just saw a little glimpse of the English voiceover. It's really cool.
今英語の音声が出ましたよね。
はい。メインストーリーはフルボイスで進みまして、で、音声は日本語と英語に対応しています。で、これはプレイヤーが切り替えることができます。
So the main story will be fully voiced in English, and the player can choose between Japanese and English voices.
That is awesome.
Well, it sounds really lovely, and not as lovely, but I love the design. This monster looks incredible.
このボスのデザインが素晴らしいです。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Must have been very interesting from a design perspective, bringing all these classic elements of Japanese mythology and culture together as you're working on this game.
この敵のデザインとキャラクターのデザインに日本の伝統的な文化とか神話の要素をいろいろ組み合わせて作ったのは興味深かったと思います。
はい。基本的に動物をモチーフにした敵になっていまして、ウサギですとかイノシシですとか、デザインとかアニメーションも非常にこだわっていますので、そういった部分見ていただければ嬉しいです。
So the enemies were based on animals such as rabbits and boars, as you've seen, and we've really put a lot of effort into their animation and the design in general.
Oh, and good job on the fight.
よくやりました。よくできました。ゲームプレイ今のボス対戦。はい。
So as we leave this area, now we can take a look at the world map. Is there a little bit more information you can share with our viewers about this perspective here and what we're looking at?
今ワールドマップに行きましたが、それについて何かみんなにお伝えしたい情報がありますか？
これがこのゲームの舞台となる島でして、で、この島のいろいろなところをプレイヤーは冒険していくことになります。
So this is the island where the game takes place, and the player can visit all these different areas and explore them.
And we see home with our human company here as well. Can we take a look inside the village as well?
これはホームって書いていろんな人間の絵がありますが、もう村に行きましょうか。
そうですね。はい。
Oh, wait. Oh, he's so cute. You're gonna make me homesick for my dog. Can you pet him yet?
犬は座ることはできますか？
This is an important question.
今のところできないんですが触れるようにしたいと思っています。
So right now you can't pet the dog, but we would like to make it so that you can pet the dog.
That would make me very happy. That dog's adorable.
Wow, changing the design here, Sam. Good job.
All Shibas all the time.
Yeah.
So here we have a beautiful look at the village. We have a rice field here. Can we talk a little bit more about the farming mechanic? Because it really is a deep part of the gameplay as well.
農業のゲームプレイについてもうちょっとご説明いただけないでしょうか。
はい、主人公のサクナは豊穣と、戦いを司る神で、自分で作った稲お米の良さが自分の強さになるんですね。
So, as the daughter of a harvest goddess and a god of war, Sakuna controls both agriculture and battle. And by growing rice, and depending on the quality of the rice, she'll actually become stronger.
ですので、プレイヤーは生活するためっていうのと、サクナを強くするための2つの目的で稲作をしていくことになります。
And the two main reasons for farming rice are both to live in the village, as you know, to have a life in the village, and also, of course, to make your character stronger.
And it must have been interesting as far as the research that went into making sure that this was accurate as far as the rice farming and production sort of process goes.
この農業パートの研究がいろんなについてご説明いただけないでしょうか。
そうですね。日本の各地の郷土資料館に行って、いろいろな研究したりとかですとか、あとはちょっと子供向けのものなんですが、稲作の体験キットみたいなものを使って、自分自身で米を作ったりとかしました。
So I went to different places where you can see research into this sort of agricultural history and the kinds of tools that were used. And I also had it's for children, but a rice planting kit that we used at home.
Cool.
That's awesome. I was going to ask if you had some real hands-on experience as well to keep it so authentic, but yeah.
And now that we've set the rice on the drying rack, as you mentioned, the quality of the rice is really important. It's not just, farming. It's, okay, how good can I get the rice? That's going to have an effect on the game. Can we talk a little bit more about the significance of rice quality?
お米のクオリティについてもう少しお話しいただけますか。
はい。
そのゲームプレイに影響するところ。
そうですね。ちょっと画面をもう一度出していただいて、左側のものが稲のパラメータなんですが、これがそれぞれサクナの強さと連動していまして、で、プレイヤーの育て方によっていろいろな育ち方をするんですね。
So as you can see on the left side of the screen, there's a lot of different parameters, and these will actually have an effect on Sakuna's strength as a character. And depending on how the player raises the rice, the kinds of methods that they use, this will change.
ですので、稲の育て方によっていろいろなプレイスタイルになっていくという。
So depending on how you raise the rice, even the play style will change.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting to get into once we have a chance to go a little deeper into this game. That sounds really cool. As far as the village goes, are there any other locations that we can show right now? Somewhere else we could visit?
今村でお見せできる場所は他にお見せできる場所はありますか。
はい。では家の中に入っていただきまして。
Okay, let's go in the house.
でこちらが料理が得意な人ですので、今日の晩ご飯の相談をしてみたいと思います。
So the person here is someone who is the cook for the humans, and we're going to talk to her about today's meal.
So can we talk a little bit more about what we see here with all of these ingredients?
この画面に載っている材料についてご説明いただけますか。
はい。ダンジョンで、手に入れたアイテムなどを食材に変えたりですとか、それを料理に使うことができます。
So the ingredients that you collect on the stages in the action part can actually be used in cooking.
And here I see there are a whole bunch of different status effects, buffs, so there is a value to being strategic about what you're doing on the cooking side.
I don't know about you, but I am really looking forward to trying some boar meat sushi.
Sounds good.
Right?
Hearty. So now that we've had a chance to look a little bit about the food and the cooking, maybe we could join the humans for a meal?
はい、今から人間たちとお食事に行きましょうか。
はい。
And I'm curious about the little green character in the corner there. I don't know if we can talk about that yet, but there he
Oh,
is.
that cutie.
その小さい緑色のキャラクターはどんなものですか？すごい気になります。
あれは主人公の、育ててくれた存在といいますかというものでして、で、主人公とずっと一緒にいる。
So that's a character who's actually raised Sakuna from a very young age, and he's always with her.
Like a guardian.
幼人みたいなっていうか
ジーヤと言います。
he calls her. He's like an old man.
Oh,
An old man.
he looks adorable. And here, just looking at this other cast of characters we have here, some really interesting humans. And even over something as simple as sitting down to dinner, you're actually going to learn more about these characters and really build relationships with them.
この集まっているキャラクターたちは、いろんなキャラクターたちがいますが、食事するときにキャラクターについていろんな話ができて、ストーリーについてもストーリーについていろんなことが出ます。
そうですね。ここでキャラクターのバックボーンが語られたり、あるいは世界観の設定などがありまして、ストーリーに深みを持たせるっていうパートです。
So this is really like the backbone of the game's characterization, these scenes, and you'll learn a lot more about them, and over the course, and it's really, I mean, the world building here is really happens in these scenes.
I'm really looking forward to players having a chance to get to know these characters. Naru-san and Koichi-san, do you have a personal favorite among the humans?
人間たちの中にナルさんと小市さんの特に好きなキャラクターがいますか？
僕はやっぱり主人公のサクナですかね。やっぱりこう一番手塩にかけてるというか。
So Naru really likes Sakuna, and I mean they put so much effort into the character that it's really his favorite.
She has a lot of personality. I really enjoy that about her.
小市さんは人間たちの
中でだと思い入れがあるのはキンタですね。男の子がいたんですけど、彼は割と、ハードな生い立ちを抱えていて、割と辛い経験をしてきているのと、あと彼自身が話す言葉がかなり強い方言なので、それを作っていく過程がなかなか勉強したりこうした方がいいんじゃないかなっていう試行錯誤があって思い入れがありますね。
Koichi's favorite is Kinta, who's a little boy. He's got kind of big hair in the back, and he's had a lot of really hard experiences. And when you talk to him, he speaks in a really strong dialect, and he's just a really fascinating character to talk to.
Right on. And I can see here it's the start of a beautiful new day, but I don't think we're able to show people too much more past this just yet. Before we wrap up, though, I just wanted to ask if you had any final thoughts to share with our viewers today.
終わりに最後のご感想をいただけないでしょうか？
はい。
みんなに。
うちはインディーとして15年ほどゲーム作ってきたんですけれども、今作がその集大成になっていまして、我々自身もすごく面白いものができてるんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じているので、ぜひとも皆さんに遊んでいただきたいなと思っています。
So we've been making games for a very long time, for 15年。15年。For 15 years. And we really think that this is like the culmination of what we've learned over that time. And we just really, we really think that people will enjoy it, and we hope that everyone will play it.
I will say the time I've spent with it back at the office, it's a lot of fun to play, really beautiful. The mix of the combat and the farming simulation mechanic really creates a very interesting experience. So I think people are really going to enjoy it when they get their hands on it. And Koichi-san, do you have any final thoughts to share as well?
小石さんは何か最後にご感想を？
そうですね。 我々エーデルワイスとしては2人なんですけども、このサクナを作るにあたってはすごく多くの方のご協力を得てここまでやってこれていまして、で特にアーティストの村山亮太さん、作曲の大島博之さん、あとパブリッシャーのイクシードさんにすごく感謝しております。この場を借りてちょっとお礼を申し上げます。
So we're just Edelweiss is just 2 people, but there have been so many people that have contributed to this project, and I just want to say thank you to them. The artist, for example, Murayama
亮太さん、
Murayama Ryota, the composer Oshima
大島博之さん、
Hiroyuki-san, Oshima Hiroyuki-san, and of course Xseed, who's been helping us publish it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming in today and sharing this with us. I know all of us are really looking forward to seeing the game as it wraps up development and we get a chance to get it out there to folks. It's going to be launching, I believe, this winter?
Right, this winter.
Fantastic. So not too much longer to wait.
Yes.
Right on. Well, in that case, I'll just wrap it up and say thank you again. Vincent, thanks for hanging out with us here. John as well. And Nao-san and Koichi-san, thank you so much for coming by and spending some time with us this afternoon. We really appreciate it.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
And folks who are watching, also, please don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with some Hollow Knight Silk Song from Team Cherry. So hang tight. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by Audrey, and we have Katie here from our publisher and developer relations team.
Hello, hello.
You are
Hi.
here to show us some Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Absolutely. So Hollow Knight was one of my favorite games of last year, and this is the sequel. So we're taking reins with Hornet. We're going to go into the first part of the demo, which gives a little bit of backstory as to what this game's all about.
And so this is, of course, coming from Team Cherry. Fantastic folks, hard at work wrapping up the game. So a lot of interesting development going on, but it's awesome that we can share a little bit of an early look of this game.
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of a poem here. We're not really sure what's going on, why she was taken to this kingdom, and that's really part of the mystery to solve, is why was Hornet taken here?
And it is just beautifully executed, I think, as you'd expect anybody who played
Yeah.
the original Hollow Knight. It's so atmospheric, it's so beautiful, and really you can immerse yourself in this world and in the characters.
Really haunting, gorgeous environments.
And so here we're starting off right at the very beginning of the game, giving you a little bit of a sneak peek about what is going on. But hang tight with us. After we've done the early section of the game, we are going to be hopping a little bit further into the game, and at the very end, if we're lucky, tackling a boss fight and trying our luck there as well. So here we see Hornet.
And she's imprisoned, and that is not a state that she's used to being in.
No, it seems like there's some sort of seal of binding as well on this. So I'm not sure what's going on. Again, it's part of the stories to unravel that mystery among many others.
And I think if you haven't played the original Hollow Knight, you might not know too much about Hornet. She is not a character I would expect to end up in a cage. She's
No.
a very powerful, interesting being
Yeah.
from the original game who she's just such a competent fighter. You've got to wonder what happened to lead to this turn of
Yeah.
events for her.
Yeah, in the original Hollow Knight, she's both friend and foe, and quite a formidable foe. I know quite a few people that had quite a challenging time taking her down in the boss battles.
Yeah, in some ways, she's kind of like the princess protector of Hallow Nest, so she's got a very significant role to play there.
Yeah.
I love how cool she plays it, even as she's falling there.
Still good.
Yes.
It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if she's got wings, but she's got courage, that's for sure.
That is true.
So we are starting here in Mos Grotto. This is the bottommost level in Hollow Knight. As part of the story, part of Hornet's adventure is ascending to the top, and you really start all the way at the bottom.
And exciting for Hollow Knight fans is this is a brand new kingdom. This is a place we've never been, a place called Farloom. So you really don't know what to expect as you jump in here and start exploring.
And look at all these vibrant colors in this environment. It's really very stunning.
Yeah, Team Cherry has really upped the ante on the detail in their environments. This reminds me of, the Queen's Garden from the original Hollow Knight, but with a lot more, the first game had so much more detail, so this is really taking it to a whole nother level, how much depth and details in this world.
And with the audio design, the little noises in the background, the kind of bugs and the moisture, you can almost feel the humidity as you're exploring this first area.
And you have a nice little edge grab there, which is new. Hornet really has her own play style, very acrobatic.
Yeah, so she feels different than the Knight from Hollow Knight. She has a little bit more weight to her. She's a little bigger as well, so she can jump higher. She definitely is much more acrobatic and flourished than the Knight was. So we are heading over here. These enemies seem to have some sort of curse. What that curse is, what that haunting is, we need to solve that as part of our journey. It's different than the curse that was in Hollow Nest.
And it is kind of tragic as you're exploring it here and you find all these little bugs. In some respects, they're still toiling away at their life's work, but their minds aren't their own anymore. And you really feel for them because as you go through and you meet these characters, my heart breaks for these poor little bugs, I'll be honest.
Yeah, bugs get a really rough deal in these worlds. They seem to, like in Hollow Knight, they had sentience at some point and then they almost become a hive mind again. In this story, they're also possessed by which force. It might tie into something related to sort of the themes that we see often, like the bells, some of the religious undertones, but that's just a conjecture on my part.
We mentioned this previously, but this is the very beginning of the game. So
Yes.
things are a little slower here, but they ramp up.
They absolutely ramp up. The enemies get harder, you get more moves, you get more tools. And right now she doesn't have many actions. I can jump, I can hit, I can dash downward like that, and that's about it. But there's much more to learn as you progress through the world.
It's really satisfying to get those new abilities as the game progresses.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she's always learning. I mean, if it seemed like she was a seasoned foe in Hollow Knight, you guys haven't seen anything yet. So we are entering this first boss fight here against Moss Mother. And I have quite an audience in the background.
Oh, her kids are coming to watch. Hi, Bob. Do good. So as you are focused on the combat, we will let you wail on this Moss Mother. I think, Audrey, we've talked about this in the past, but both of us are really big fans of the classic side-scrolling Metroid style of gameplay.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think, for me, when I first played Hollow Knight, was the thing that really jumped out at me. Like, this is so true to that experience in terms of the progression, the backtracking, the deep exploration, this sense of mystery, but also just the ambiance. It's a spooky game.
It's so true. You can tell that the developers really love that genre, but they really made their own mark on it.
And with the art style, it's so interesting as you're interacting with characters and bosses and enemies. And Team Cherry is packing, I think, over 150 new enemies in here. There's no real different treatment. So here, is this an enemy? Is this a friend? You don't know. You feel this nervousness in your gut whenever you meet somebody new.
Mystery around every corner.
Yeah, you never know if it's going to be friend or foe, if the haunting of the kingdom has affected them in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone you approach, you're like, oh, should I be afraid? Are we going to be friends?
Yeah. In this case, I do believe, I got some tidbits from Team Cherry. I do believe that's the Church Keeper, who may be a mentor of sorts for Hornet throughout the journey.
Looking forward to seeing a little bit more about them for sure. So here we are jumping ahead. Katie, you've got us a little bit further into the game. What can you tell us about this spot?
So we are in Deep Docks, and this is an industrial region of Farloom. We've got a lot more actions at Hornet's disposal right now. You know, and really when I say a little bit further into the game, not by very much.
No, we're not going to spoil anything.
We don't know where, but we are still very early on in the game here.
And just a moment ago there, you collected some of the new currency with the rosaries.
Yeah, so one good thing to point out is we've got some rosaries here. That's the currency for Farloom. And we have some shell shards here. So as you traverse, you'll be collecting two different types of items to, one, purchase items, and two, replenish your tools and get new tools.
Something to watch out for, though, is that if you actually are defeated, you will lose your rosary beads. You'll hold on to your shell shards, but you'll lose all those nice rosaries.
Yeah, so that's why, you know, earlier if you guys noticed, we had a rosary string, which is a really helpful item to not lose your currency.
Because if they're tied on a string, you won't drop them so easily.
You have to stop the urge to break apart the string.
Which was, when I played the first time, obviously the first thing I did. It was like, break? Yes.
Of course.
So a little bit of platforming here. We're heading over to this lovely little gentle flea.
Oh, hello.
So this is a flea, one of the loveliest bugs in just all the worlds. I've been terrorized by fleas in my past.
It's okay.
It's personal stuff. But, you know, for these guys, they have come to Farloom for enlightenment. So again, some religious undertones to this game.
There's Bellhead.
Yeah, Bellhead, he has a hard head. So we're going to have to go for his undercarriage, if you will.
And it's interesting just, I mean, coming right back to thinking about the title of the game, Silk Song, there is a really interesting kind of musical undertone to the game. We're seeing bells hanging in the background, charms, chimes. Some of these enemies we're seeing have a kind of musical component. Silk, on the other hand, if we talk maybe about the UI elements here, Silk plays quite an important role for Hornet as well.
Yeah, so she's got a similar setup that the Knight had in Hollow Knight. Instead of soul, she uses silk. So when you do fight enemies, you accrue more silk. There's also some reservoirs of sort, like in the spindle here, to acquire more.
And that goes onto your spool in the upper left. So right now you've got a nice stash ready to go.
Yeah, I've got a nice stash of silk, so I can heal really quickly. That's another difference from her to the knight is the ability to heal without having to charge. She can charge super quickly. She can charge mid-air. So in those tight boss battles, you still need to think, but perhaps one less thing.
Just grabbed that dot key off that poor Bellhead.
He doesn't need it
doesn't
anymore.
need it
I
anymore.
think yeah. So as you see, these guys still continue to work. So they're haunted by something, but there's still some sort of goal that they're working toward. At least for these Bellheads here, it seems that they're gathering all this coal to send up to the Citadel, which is high above in Farloom.
So I wonder if next time we see an enemy, if we could try something else out, because we've got one other icon at the upper left that we haven't talked about with the straight pins.
Yeah, so much like the knight, again, there's all these similarities, but key differences. So instead of charms, she has tools. So using the R button, I can throw a straight pin out. We'll get out of this lava pool here so I can better...
And you can dash across that, but you can't linger.
No, I learned that the hard way.
Gotta keep moving.
So, and again, another movement, or I'm sorry, action change rather, is that she can dash. So after you dodge, you can get out of dodge quickly by sprinting. So we're gonna head over here, get this mass shard, collect 4 of these, and you'll get another mass shard, which is basically your health. I'll go again and heal. And I want to get a little bit more health until we've got a boss battle coming up against a rival character called Lace. So I'd like to have as much health as I can get going into it. As you get further into the game, it gets much more challenging. So collecting.
In order to rival Hornet, Lace must be pretty powerful. So you're going to want that health.
Yes, I need some more armor.
And this is a little mysterious.
Yeah, like all things, in this game, nothing's placed without purpose or intent. It's a riddle of some sort, and at this point we won't be able to solve it, but noting the bells, I think that's another thing that'll come up a lot more in this game.
One thing that's interesting as well that we haven't really touched on, but folks may have already noticed as they're listening to the game and the audio, Hornet actually has a voice, which is quite distinct from the Knight from Hollow Knight. He was silent. The fact that she actually speaks and vocalizes, she's got exertion sounds, but it also changes how she interacts with other characters.
Yeah, so we're going to have a little scene in a bit where we do engage in dialogue. She's not a silent protagonist. She's got a voice, she's got an opinion, and
a really fun personality.
A fun, well, yeah,
and these guys are really going
yeah,
for you.
The waves of dock workers put me on mute generally.
Oh, no worries.
But a couple different enemy types here. In addition to the Bellhead, we've got this lovely shield bug that's...
And now I wonder if that's like half of a cymbal or part of a drum kit. They're all arming themselves with musical implements. I don't know. I mean, the guys wearing bells on their heads. It's practical and charming.
Yeah. Perhaps I rudely interrupted band practice, so...
How could you?
Understood.
It's a high school band team.
High school band team.
They'll never win nationals now.
They'll never win anything again because they're all dead. So
we're
so it goes.
So morbid.
Or are they? I don't know. Their bodies are still here.
They're just taking a little nap.
Yes.
Little nap.
Rest for a little bit, and I will head up here. We're going to unlock a save bench. Those work similarly to Hollow Knight. I can both save here, and then also it serves as a checkpoint. So looking at the top left, you'll see I've got that straight pin meter. It's totally depleted right now. So when you do go back to the bench, you have to pay to rebuild your tools. So it does function a little differently than the heal and the special attack, which goes from her silk. You actually have to use shards for the tools.
Oh, I love her.
Mm-hmm. So this is Forge Daughter, and she's going to help Hornet out with some tools throughout the journey.
And I do love her assistant down here. He is so dedicated to his task. Whatever's going on in the kingdom has not affected him.
No.
He is still shoveling away for Forge Daughter.
He's shoveling away for a better purpose here. So we'll talk with the smith a little bit here. I love that she talks in the royal we. She's not talking about her and Bala. She's talking
Oh,
about
no.
just her.
Yes.
And she actually introduces another interesting crafting mechanic that we can't show too much about just yet, but maybe we can talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, so this is the first time we're meeting her, so we're not able to, engage with her and get more tools. But, rest assured that Hornet is going to have just as a vast tool set as the Knight had in Hollow Knight. So he's kind of rude.
Got a real thick bell on his head. You're not
Just
getting
gonna-
through.
Okay,
She's
just one
laughing
more.
about
All right, there we go.
Oh
yeah,
my
she's
goodness.
her respect is shaky for him.
I love the
so-
little sounds all throughout the game.
The sound effects and the music as well are fantastic. They have the incredible composer from the previous game here, Christopher Larkin. His work is so good and
so
really
great.
puts you in the mood as you visit these different spaces, and they have very different feels and personalities.
Very atmospheric, yes.
All right, so heading up here, we have the dock key. And we are going to enter the boss's chamber.
So Good
this
thing you
is-
lifted that key earlier.
I sometimes forget when I do those things so far in the past. So Lace is part of the group who's going to impede Hornet's journey to the top of Farloom.
And she gives you a run for your money as well. She is speedy.
Yeah, so I practiced this. I won't say how many times I practiced this before the stream. We'll just say that I invested quite a lot of time in learning her pattern.
We're
'cause
rooting for you.
It's not just action, it's strategy and learning the movements, learning your spacing. And what I learned from a friend at work was it's almost like a reactive battle. Based on what actions she chooses, that's how I should then engage with her.
Yeah, if you try and just go in there and attack without thinking too far ahead, it's not going to turn out well for you. I can say from experience.
Yeah, I can say from 50 losses, have some patience.
And also note that she's not the kind of enemy you want to battle while talking. So good job.
So back on mute, we're gonna.
So one thing Audrey and I can talk about as we cheer you on from the sidelines, in addition to some of the other things we've talked about where folks who played Hollow Knight will have some familiarity, we can't show it just yet, but they are also integrating a map system. True to Hollow Knight fashion, though, I think you're not just going to be given a map.
Oh, no.
You're
You have to
do
earn
some
your
work
keep
for it, I
here.
imagine, but it will be so helpful as you're traversing this world, backtracking. There are going to be so many secrets that you uncover that maybe you can't quite solve puzzles right from the get-go, but being able to reference that back as you gradually unlock this world, as you slowly try to climb to the top, is going to be, I think, really helpful.
Oh, yeah, I think that players are going to rely on that map.
And it's an interesting kind of shift where in Hollow Knight you're really delving deeper and deeper into the world, sort of descending into darkness. Here, what
is the
Hornet has to do
opposite.
is climb up. You,
Well done.
Dude.
Well met.
nice.
I don't know what
done.
you guys have said the past 2 minutes.
That's all
Don't
right.
worry about
it
it.
was ambient noise.
Good job.
Just the white noise you needed.
The soothing voices of conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think I breathed for like 2 minutes. So that's an intense fight. You can't play that offensively. You've got to play a bit more defensively. But with that, we've entered this chamber here.
And are we allowed to show anything past this chamber?
No.
That's all right.
Just a nice tease for players at home. to
No.
pay
We will
attention.
let folks wonder.
Yes. The bell will toll and
For whom? For you.
for you to solve.
Well, thank you so much for giving us this early look and taking us through some space in the game. What can we say so far about release plans for this?
So Hollow Knight Silksong is coming soon. Team Cherry are unfortunately not here. They're hard at work in Australia finishing the game, and hopefully we'll have some more updates soon because this is just a taste and I need the entree now.
We know it's going to be good.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Hollow Knight was a blast.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, again, folks who are watching, that was Hollow Knight Silksong from Team Cherry. Audrey, Katie, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out here. And folks at home watching, please don't go anywhere. Next up, we're going to be showing you some new Overcooked 2 DLC. It's going to be a blast. Thanks so much for watching, and please hang out.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse live at E3 2019. I'm Audrey, and I'm here with Kirk and Katie from our publisher and developer relations team. And we're about to take a look at Overcooked 2 DLC called Night of the Hungry Horde. But first, I'd like to introduce some very special guests. We have Phil, Ollie, and Gemma from Ghost Town Games. Welcome, folks.
Hi. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, so we're so excited to jump into this fun game, and let's get cooking.
Yeah, certainly. So this is the Night of the Hungry Horde. This is our new DLC. We're big fans of the spooky at Ghost Town Games. We're really excited about this new burst of levels. So we're just going to jump in and show you some of the new stuff that we have on offer in this new helping of Overcooked.
Perfect.
So this first level, we're introducing a new mechanic. So you're going to see the guillotine. The way the guillotine works is you put the ingredients under it, and there's no chopping boards. So you have a button that will trigger the guillotines, and it'll do all the chopping for you. It's all about communication, so you guys have to make sure you're talking and make sure everything's lined up.
Play nicely, everyone.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Let's try not to strangle each other during the process.
Come on, starches.
Onions.
Starches go.
I called starches.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
So as you'll see, we're cooking stews here. The thing you need to remember is that every stew has an onion and a potato in it, so make sure you always have a good amount of onion and potato on the go.
Okay,
And then you're going for either carrot or leek.
Chop, chop, Kirk.
I have to say, I will be on chopper. Here we go.
Okay, this
Okay,
is going
carrot
good. You're
coming,
off to a
carrot
great
incoming.
start. I'm feeling the confidence
Tell me
here
when to
coming
hit
off you
the
guys.
button.
We're
Tell me when to hit the buttons.
We've got to line these all up
There you
because it
go,
goes all
lined
at
up.
once.
And here goes the
Good.
guillotine.
It's kind of cool being able to play
to
this
chop?
game
Want me
with
to
the
chop?
devs.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was really satisfying.
Yeah,
Pick
That
up
was
some hot
good.
stew.
Okay, so there's your carrot, onion and potato stew. That's gone out. And then you've got a leek one, which is lacking leek at the minute. Oh, nice throw.
There you
I
go.
don't know who blue is, but that was good.
Okay, tell me when to hit the button.
Hold on, go wash the dish.
Hit.
Also, one of the other things you can see here, I should have called it out, is the fact that we have 4 brand new chefs for the DLC. So we have a vampire chef, that's Claire Green. We have a ghost chef. We have a werewolf chef. And we actually have a returning character from the very first game, which is the Boxhead chef.
Ooh.
Which was a lot of fans were asking, requesting that we bring back Boxhead chefs. We're very happy to have that in the new
Fan
DLC.
favorite return.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of love.
People love the box.
Someone just put a potato on the stove. That was.
Okay, shall I chop yet?
Not yet. No, it's just still got
Okay,
some
we got enough
stuff on it.
potatoes for a while. We need. All right, let's get some.
All right, you got a carrot.
Okay, I got you.
Stew that is getting a little bit close to the wire.
And something's going to burn pretty soon.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 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 oh.
Save it.
No, you got it, you got
Okay.
I'm trying to.
I don't even know if we need that one.
to
but
commentate on this, but I'm getting absorbed
I
by the
know.
game. Just watching you guys play.
The cool thing is this game is just as fun to watch as it is to play. It
Definitely.
really is.
Yeah. One of the things we find when people play the game is they often play as like a 5-player team. So you'll have 4 people playing, and then one person who's the head chef at the back just barking orders and telling everyone what they should be doing.
That's not a bad gig.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Chopping.
Yeah.
I must say,
Oh,
playing
wow.
this game with the devs is a little bit easier than playing it with my boys.
your 2-year-old son.
I wonder whose fault that is.
They hear me.
It's definitely fair to say we've played this quite a fair bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Who is lobbing the carrots in the pot? That is so amazing.
There is a lot
my
of
strength
stray
skills.
ingredients on this level at the moment. It is getting a little
Yeah,
bit
we've got a lot
crowded in the
chopped.
kitchen.
Yeah.
Take note that
You've got
the
a
developers have mastered
carrot
the
stew that is
throw.
very close. There's one on the table. It could be served. You could do it.
Oh,
you
you do it.
just missed it.
All right,
Just
chop
Shall
in
I
the
chop?
middle. Chop in the middle. There we
Done.
go.
There we go. Great job.
Really enjoying this advisory gig, just
so
watching
no.
from a distance, telling them to do stuff.
See, I was thinking I might go and have a cup of coffee or something, come back and see what you guys are doing.
Maybe make them make the coffee.
Yeah. They seem to have got a hand on this. They
Yeah.
could probably do it with just the 3.
Okay, here's an onion, and then I'm going to go hit the button.
Yeah, go for it.
Dish
yeah, we need a lot of
toast.
onions.
Okay, button is going.
Oh, watch this dude.
All right,
Get your
yeah,
fingers
let's
out of the
go
way.
for a minute left.
Stew in the mid. Stew in the
Someone
mid.
get it.
No one? No one?
Sorry, someone get
I'll
the
get
stew.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay,
Who's,
okay, good.
Who's the
Where's the
designated
plate?
We
server?
need a plate.
wrong plate.
That needs to be cooked a bit
plate.
more yellow.
We need something up for that. Oh.
Is this
Okay.
ready?
That's
That needs a
It's
little
not
more
ready.
heat.
Oh, that
we're
does need a
waiting
little
for
bit more.
the carrot. Is that right?
Okay, this is really hard to keep track of now. We got a lot of
I'm
ingredients on the go.
saving
Actually,
Tangy man. You can tell
so
we've
that
all
one just
had
needs an
coffee.
onion. If there's a chopped onion somewhere.
Yeah, it's chopped onion here. There you go.
Okay.
Yellow,
Oh,
you've got the
great
onion.
catch, yellow.
Okay.
Where are you going with it though?
We also need carrot stuff.
That's
so
it.
way down on carrots.
Okay, I'll get a carrot over.
Okay, yeah.
Can you
Okay.
come on
Yellow.
dish duty pretty soon?
You got 30
Oh,
seconds.
there we go.
Just over
Come on
30
in.
seconds.
You've got
And
this.
you've got a carrot stew that is very close to the wire.
5 dishes, 20 seconds,
Very
go.
close.
You can do it. You can do it.
And I'm going to do another carrot stew here.
20
Wow.
seconds.
Wow.
Okay, it's almost done.
Right.
Hopefully there's a plate. Okay,
There's no onion.
One's ready to plate up.
got it. Got the plate.
Oh,
I reckon you can do that
yes.
last one. That one's
Amazing.
not on the
Wow, we
heat
did well,
currently. You
guys.
got one that's just on the counter.
Oh, yeah.
7
yeah,
seconds.
That needs, that
Someone
needs
can
to
serve
be-
that. Oh,
yeah,
no,
that
it's
needs to
lacking,
heat. That needs
it needs an
Oh,
onion.
come on.
Guillotine.
Guillotine.
Okay.
Almost done.
Oh, that was
we
pretty
did
good.
That was good. I think we did all right.
Got 2 stars.
Just missed out on the
Star?
second
Oh, we were just
star.
under it. We
I
did
thought we
fail
nailed
3
that.
orders.
You made some money,
We
though.
got overconfident.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
As long as we made money, that's kind of
Exactly.
Yeah.
503
Divided by
Yeah.
4.
coins.
Yeah.
Points. Yeah, you have to divide that up, which is what, 120. That's pretty good. That's not
Yeah.
bad
I'll
taking.
take that for the day.
The
Yeah.
dog's just a little
I mean, the-
disappointed at you.
Yeah.
The
dog doesn't
ingredients
eat tonight.
probably cost around 150, so that might have to come out of your wage packet. But we'll settle up at the end of this. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to show you the brand new feature for this Hangry Horde DLC, which
Yes.
is
Yes.
a new mode that we've been working on and keeping it a secret for quite a while, and we're really excited to share it today. It's the Horde mode. So the way the Horde mode works is we have the Unbred who are returning from the Overcooked 2, and the idea is they're going to be attacking your kitchen, and you need to cook meals and serve it to the Unbred. So you need to satisfy the Unbred to stop them attacking your kitchen. We're just going to dive into it straight away, and I'll try and talk you through it as we go. We'll pick it up. It's fairly straightforward.
Sure you will. Okay. I'm going to do the chopping.
So we're doing burgers in this
Alright,
restaurant.
I'm gonna-
As you
yeah,
can
bun
see,
with buns.
we now
Buns are
have
good.
our first Unbred attacker, and he's looking for just a plain meat burger. So someone
Just
needs to
meat.
fry a patty, someone needs
a
to get the
classic
bread on the
Just
plate.
chop some meat.
Okay.
And the longer you leave
gonna
it,
keep an eye
the
on
more
burgers.
damage they're going to do to those barricades.
That is the power of gluten.
Once you serve food, you'll be able to send the bread away, but you also
Okay.
can
There's a plain one there.
repair the barricades with the money you earn from serving the food. We'll show you that in a little while.
It is
That's
disturbing to me that the unbred eat the bread.
Yeah, but they're rotten.
There are a lot of confusing rules in the kingdom of Onion.
No, I'm here for
It's
it.
a very pun-heavy
I like that
game.
it's weird.
Bread and buns are different species. It's fun.
Yeah, we have
All fine.
sentient buns and we have not so sentient buns.
different makeup of carbs.
You just don't eat the ones that talk.
Okay, how
Oh
we
my
doing?
goodness,
This is great. This is
We're doing all
you
from
guys are
all
taking
yeah.
this.
We're repairing.
This is good. Everyone's sticking to their
So
jobs.
that's good. As you can see there,
Okay.
green
Oh, we've got
chef is
some-
fixing up the barricade, and that's cost reinvesting the money that you've earned from serving.
So we should try to
I
avoid
mean,
having to repair that.
We have got
Yeah.
some dirty dishes.
Yeah, if you can leave it a little bit longer, sometimes that helps. But also try and
Right.
evenly distribute, so you don't always have one that's completely fixed and one that's
Got
like
some
massively
meat
damaged.
here that somebody.
Okay, yeah. Okay, do you want to pop that in the pan?
So there you go. You've got one that's
Yeah.
a plain burger that's ready to go. And then you've got a bread,
Top right.
an
There's some
unbread
cheese
on the top
over
right.
here as
Oh,
well.
we already served it.
Okay.
Once lettuce and cheese.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're ready.
This is really smooth sailing. I'm
Oh, we,
impressed.
yeah,
This is
but we
great.
did this
2 or
last
3.
time.
From what I understand,
Don't
there's no
jinx us.
veggie burgers in this game, right? There's no veggie burgers in
Well,
this
it's
game?
hard to say exactly what the consistency of the meat is
Our
that we're
resident
using
vegan.
there.
It
I'm not
might
sure if
be
any animals were harmed
vegetables.
during the making of it. Generally speaking, they try to make food out of whatever they find around the kitchen, so it could just as well be lint as it is meat.
Yeah, it's a lentil burger. Don't worry about it.
Nice.
This is good. On the second
Yeah.
wave, I think this should be the end of the second wave.
No, this is going really well.
There's a hangry fellow over
And
there.
it's just one plain burger. There you go.
Yep.
So you see you've got
Plates on them,
213
plates.
coins. It's up to you whether you want to spend
Nice
them
and
now.
smooth. I'm going to chop some
Or wait
lettuce
till you take
here.
a bit more
Okay.
damage.
Perhaps
Just to
we
be
should
ready.
wait until like the damage is really
Yeah, that's
incurred. Yeah.
that can be a really good strategy as long as you don't
Okay.
leave it too late, because then when the barricade comes down, you'll start taking damage to the kitchen, and the idea is to try and survive before the bar at the very bottom goes all the way to the end.
Bit of cheese.
You guys are working really well together. This is going so much better than any time I play this game.
So many
This
things
is
ready.
surprisingly smooth.
Yeah. You can tell it's early and we've
Okay.
all had coffee. That's what's going on.
Oh, that's where I messed
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
This is nothing like the kitchen at my home.
cheese up
No.
We are cheese.
Quite civilized. I imagine you'll still be talking by the end of this
cheese.
as well, which
Yes.
is impressive.
Oh, we're not at the
Nice.
end yet.
Yeah.
hamburger up here.
Does someone want to chop some
Okay.
cheese?
I will
yeah,
do the
cheese.
cheese. I will cut the cheese, so to speak. Here we go.
I don't know why that sounded wrong.
Someone's
Should
doing a
have
really
just
good
been in
job
the game,
of
Kirk.
keeping on
Yes.
top of the washing up as well.
Yeah.
This is good. I'm enjoying it. It's good to watch.
I like
Okay.
the counter cheese that we've got here. Just a
Yes.
counter burger,
Just
no
some
plate.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've got a plain as
burger.
well.
Here's a napkin.
Okay, that's taking a lot of damage at the
Definitely
top there,
does
so
it.
someone needs to serve that.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
Okay,
we
that was
need
close.
lettuce up
But
here.
That's a
we
full
got-
burger right there.
More cheese.
Yeah, that
so
barricade
one with
took some
lettuce, one with
damage.
cheese, and then
Okay.
another one's
Oh,
just
we're
cheese.
taking damage.
Yeah.
Taking damage.
Oh, we need to fix that barricade.
Oh, that.
Save the barricade in the
You
left.
can have that. You can
There
have
we
that.
go.
Oh, okay.
We
we
need
need more
lettuce
meat.
for the
Oh
piece of
man,
peas.
I am so lost now. I'm struggling
Oh,
to
no.
keep an eye on this.
I really
there you
appreciate
go.
how
Yeah,
Ollie
okay.
uses the speed bursts through the kitchen. The developers, playing with the developers is insane.
We're defeated.
Yes.
Good work,
Yes.
guys.
Come on.
Well
Very
done.
nice.
with 100.
See?
Really well
Yes,
done.
come on. Yes.
Okay. It's a lot of work in the kitchen.
I think you got this down. I think this
Yeah.
is.
You made
this
some good
is- this
things
is
there.
Love that mode.
I
It's
think
so
Kevin
interesting how, like,
respected
the
us.
tower defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was nice to be able to introduce some elements from like other games and just come up with something that's sort of new in the Overcooked universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we should try something a lot harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think we
I feel
smashed
like we
Up
did
to
that.
it.
down. I wasn't having as much fun because you guys were doing quite well there, and I'd like to see you suffer a little
Yeah.
Now you're gonna
I
up-
agree.
We're going to up the difficulty level
That's
because
it.
we
So
succeeded
we're gonna
against the
jump
Horde. I
to-
see.
If you can cry
Horde
a
mode
little,
number 6.
that would be great.
I'm scared. I'm
Tears.
Just
totally
one
scared.
tear.
Yeah, a few tears with my burger.
All I
It's
ask is that
salty.
Yes.
the stream ends in stony silence and nobody ever speaks ever again.
It's just burgers. I mean, come on.
You say
That's a
that
good question.
now.
What are we cooking in this level? Does anyone remember which one we're doing in level 6?
I think it's
How about a ratatouille?
Oh, it's everything.
Oh, we're doing a whole heap of things.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
This, okay,
So
we're
we're
going
gonna
to
do
do
pasta.
pasta.
Okay, focus. The focus is
Mush-
real.
yeah,
All right, so
meat
pasta.
We got
Okay,
mixed
everyone get
fish
pasta.
pasta.
Okay, I'm going to cook
We
some
can do
pasta.
this.
I'm going to chop
And a
some
new
fish
enemy
because we
type.
ran into
Okay.
We have a new enemy type here on the far
Mushrooms.
left, which is this
Okay,
giant
mushroom.
rotten apple. Does
Right, I'm
a
gonna keep an eye on
considerable
the
amount of
pasta.
damage, so it's one to keep an eye
Okay,
on.
I've got
You
mushrooms.
also
on
have
go.
enemies attacking
Okay,
from the
there is a cooked
south.
pasta.
Oh, this is
White
intense.
pasta in.
Oh, wait, that's not. Yep, that's ready. Okay,
Right, so
cooked
you have
pasta.
a mushroom
cooked
is currently
pasta.
frying, which is good. You also have to have 2 fish pastas.
Okay, we need someone to cook fish.
Oh.
And as you can
and
see,
someone to cook
the
prawns.
turntable in the middle mixes
Okay,
things up,
and
so you
there are
can't quite
two. So it's
keep
we
track
need to
of
cook
where
the
the
fish, yeah?
ingredients are at any one
I
time.
chopped 2 fish. They're up on the
Oh,
upper
there's already
right.
fish cooking.
Okay, I've got
Yeah.
a mushroom
Alright,
one. I'm
popping
going to
that
take
on
it
the
to the apple.
4 shrimp.
Okay, so
Okay,
the apple.
I got a fish and a
shrimp.
2 meals he needs before he's
Okay, more
satisfied.
cooked pasta.
Okay,
So
I've
the
got
second
pasta,
meal
but
is
no
going to be
plate.
another
We
mushroom
need
pasta.
Fish. Okay.
I got more
We
fish
also have an
shopping.
enemy on the
I'm
far right,
starting
which is the
over.
hot chili pepper. Who has
Okay,
a
we need
much
the
faster
mushroom.
attack, so
You
he's
need
the
the
one you want to
mushroom?
focus on when he comes into the kitchen.
Oh, wait a
Now,
minute,
do
no,
the
I'm
kitchen
getting the.
monsters in this
Okay, I've got
represent, like,
prawn.
Gordon
I've got a
Ramsay?
prawn.
We need
And what,
mushrooms.
sorry?
Do the kitchen monsters in this represent
that's
Gordon
cool.
Ramsay?
No.
There's definitely a little bit of Gordon
yeah.
Ramsay.
Got it,
if
got
you
it,
go
got
to
it.
Gordon
All right,
Ramsay
so
in
we've
there.
got the
Something.
cooked. Right, I'm
Oh,
gonna
that
get
apple's getting.
We got a mushroom.
Oh, this looks bad.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I think we got our wish. They're struggling.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Where's mushrooms? We need mushrooms.
I
So
mean,
as you can see, now
we're
that the
only doing-
barricade
okay.
has come down,
Okay,
you
I've got
basically need
mushrooms.
You got a
to
mushroom?
feed
Yeah.
What's
the monster
We need
before you can do
fish.
fix the barricade.
Okay, so I've got
Right.
prawn
All the
up
time
here,
the
so I'm
barricade is
gonna-
down, you're going to be
this.
losing health to the kitchen, which you
So
are
we've got
losing at a
chunks.
So we need
significant
fish.
rate right
Yeah.
now.
Fish.
Oh god.
So we need
There
a
are
mushroom
fish
pasta needs to be
fish.
served.
If you
far
guys
left.
could cook a little faster,
Okay.
please.
Okay, I need pasta.
I don't know if that
We
beeping
lost
means
the
anything to
Okay,
you.
fish is cooking.
No, I see.
Oh, and now you have a fire in
There's
the
a
top
cooked
left.
pasta up top.
Okay, top left fire.
Okay, so
I'll
getting
save it from the
ready.
apple, guys.
I'm getting
Okay,
ready.
there we go. A barricade's
I'm
back
gonna
up.
add this fish to that pasta, and then I'm gonna
Stop
get
the damage
top.
coming in.
Okay,
Okay,
we need
the
to
chopped
Okay, that's
fish,
ready for
everything.
Okay, we
service.
are-
You're going to want to fix that
There's 3
barricade.
fires now.
So you need
Oh,
a
gosh,
Four
I'm
fires.
fixing, I'm fixing.
I don't think you
no.
have any tomatoes cooking right
That
now.
was...
okay.
Okay, oh my gosh, and we got dirty plates.
I bet they're really stressed, but I'm loving this.
Does anyone have a kitchen? This looks more like it. This is
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
The kitchen's
Oh,
on
you
fire.
guys are so mean.
Oh,
dude.
Kitchen
okay.
destroyed.
No, that's more
The
like
dog's not
at
gonna
home
like
right there.
that.
Oh,
But
man.
now's the classic moment in Overcooked where you have to you all have to get
Rally.
together
Strategize.
and,
Yes.
and
Yeah, I
talk
think we
about
need
what
some
went
heavy
wrong,
strategy.
what
Or we
could
never
have
talk
improved.
again ever.
Take a deep breath and do much better.
It's pretty clear that my team let me down there. So
It's
Oh.
yeah,
very
it's-
clear
It's the blame
that we
game.
didn't have a line
Yeah.
manager.
I
Are we
think.
gonna?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we were low on starches. I
Do
think
you want
that
to try
was the
again? Do you
problem.
want
I was
to
off
jump in
starter.
again and try it one more time? See
Yeah,
if you
should
can
we
do it a little bit
strategize?
better?
I believe you can do it.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
Right.
I really like
Jump
to
in
see
Can we
it.
go back to
struggle, okay.
burgers? That seemed
All right.
seemed
That's
like
your
something
That's not
we
going to
should,
appease that rotten apple. I'm sorry.
We had fish, we had pasta,
Yeah.
we had.
So just constantly have pasta on the boil.
Yes.
Always
Carbs.
be chopping.
I'll be on
Carb man.
carbs.
Come on.
Carbs.
Carbs.
Be on
Carbs.
carbs.
Okay, I'm gonna cook fish. I'm gonna cook loads of fish.
Exclusively
Okay.
fish.
Okay.
You go.
Yeah.
I'll do the shrimp.
Pasta
We've
from
got
the start.
Alright,
strategy.
go fish.
We've got
All
momentum.
right.
Alright, chop, 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 chop.
First order.
There we go,
There
there
it
we
is.
go.
Okay, so
Is
it's a meat
mushroom a
pasta.
carb?
Somebody.
I've got
Okay,
meat
straight
chopped.
away.
The meat is going to be cooking.
Okay,
That's
there's
good.
cooked. I've got
There's lots of
chopped.
pasta on the go. That's also good.
Yeah, I'm,
All right.
okay, I'm
Then you got
prepping.
tomato
I'm prepping.
pasta at the top.
Okay, I'm going to do the tomatoes.
Okay,
Tomato.
I have prepped fish.
There's,
What else
some
have we got?
chopped
There's gonna be
mushrooms on
another
the
one
upper
coming in
right.
there any minute.
Okay, I'm just gonna pop that.
Now remember that the apple you need to serve
Okay,
2
I've
meals
got a
in,
meat.
so you're going to have a meat pasta and then you're going to have something else that you don't know yet.
pasta.
Yep, I think that's
Okay, now we've got
Okay,
a meat,
I'm gonna-
another meat pasta at the bottom.
Another meat
and you
pasta.
also have a meat pasta on the far right. You want to watch the one on the far
Okay.
right because it's got a much faster
Okay,
attack.
fish.
far right. Okay,
All right,
I'll do
coming
far
round.
right.
Where
Okay,
are
we
the
need more
carbs?
meat then.
Kirk.
More meat. Oh, we need.
There's a fish
okay.
pasta now
So
on
we've
the
got
far right.
More
tomato.
noodles.
Do we have a cook? Yeah. Okay, I'm bringing the
Where are the
tomato to the
noodles?
cooked pasta.
Uh-huh.
Is
Okay, there we
I've
go.
got no pasta cooking.
All right.
So yeah, someone needs
Pasta,
to go
I'll get
and
pasta.
watch the big apple on the far left.
Where's the other
Oh,
frying pan?
fire.
I just
Where
noticed
are
there's
any of
not
the
a lot of counter space in this
Okay,
kitchen.
this is ready.
No, quite stingy this one
Here
with
you go,
counter
mate.
space, but
Excuse me.
Stop, wait.
that just means you have to be a bit more
Why?
careful with where you put ingredients.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Plan
Pasta is
ahead.
cooking.
This apparently needs a plate.
That's going good.
Oh, okay.
Right, you got another meat pasta
we
then.
need,
Oh, okay, there's
I'm
meat
gonna
on the
wash
cooker. That's
dishes.
good. That's
Hungry
going.
guys.
Got meat pasta, 2 meat pastas, and then a fish pasta on the far right.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, I'm
boy.
washing, I'm washing,
meat
I'm
is
washing, I'm
finished,
washing,
that's
I'm
good.
washing.
Where's the pasta?
Where is the
Where's the
pasta?
There's a
plate,
cooked pasta
uh,
right there.
top left.
Top
I put
left.
the pasta on the floor, of course.
There you
Of
go.
course.
Okay.
Is that not
pasta.
cooked?
This
Oh, you're
kitchen
not
is not
cooked.
gourmet, that's for sure.
All right, you have 3 barricades hands down. You're doing slightly better than last round,
A little
but
bit, a little bit.
Oof.
we'll see.
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe in you.
okay.
Yeah.
So I've got,
Pacer that's almost ready to
I've
go.
got
Yep,
mushroom,
yep,
but we
that
don't
can
need
be.
a-
I'm
don't
cautiously
need that.
skeptical.
Okay, so we
I
need
like
to
that
fish
someone
past it.
A
preemptively
fish
put
past
the
the
fire.
Okay, we've got a
Yeah. that is thinking
It's
ahead.
cooked prawns, so that's
Right.
good.
You got a
taking
barricade at the
over.
bottom
Okay,
of the
so I've
shop
got
down.
a.
Okay, someone save the barricade at the bottom.
Okay.
Where's the
Meat
cooked
pasta,
fish?
that's the
Yeah.
thing.
I've got that.
Got it.
You don't have, currently you don't have
Away.
any meat cooking.
Okay, we need meat
Okay.
cooking.
Meat cooking.
Oh, the apple's
Wait a minute,
gone.
saving
Thank
pasta.
goodness.
Okay.
Okay.
This is good. This is good. You managed to get. Oh no! Wait, no. You've got a red
Where am
pepper
I?
that's breaking through.
Oh.
The last one. You're at the last last one to do for wave 1.
I really thought you had it that
That's
time.
probably
I know.
my fault right there.
But again,
Again.
Probably.
what I love is we all strategized and immediately just did what we wanted. Like,
No
That
strategy
can
for
happen.
that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
generally happens. You strategize, you come up with a plan, and then 10 seconds in, you immediately disregard that plan, and everything goes
And you
south.
panic.
What was it about still speaking to each other after this? I don't know.
oh, we'll have words off camera.
All right, right. Yeah, please wait until you're off the stream. Cool. Well, that was obviously a lot of fun to watch and witness
Yep.
unfold. Thank you so much for coming to show this to us,
Thank you for
guys.
having us.
thank
Thanks for
you.
letting us show off the DLC.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it's
um,
available now on the.
It is available
on
now.
the Nintendo eShop.
That's
yes, it's
right.
available now on the Nintendo eShop for anybody who wants to partake in that chaos. Phil, Ollie, Gemma, again, thank you so much for coming and showing us this
Of
wonderful
course.
game.
Thank you for
Kirk,
having us.
Katie, thank you for playing along. And please stick around. We have more Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019 coming up. And we're going to be taking a look at Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. Indie Day rolls on. We are here with, I've got Kirk from Nintendo of America, Publisher and Developer Relations, and our very special guests, we have Harry and Gary, designers from Playtonic, to show us some ukulele and the Impossible Lair.
That is absolutely right. Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today.
Yeah, you bet.
So let's just jump straight in. Ukulele and the Impossible Lair. Excuse me. Ukulele back on a brand new adventure, and as you can see, this time it's a 2D platform game rather than a 3D, which the original one was.
Awesome.
And the story is that Capital B, the corporate evil overlord, he's back and up to his old tricks, and he's taken over the Kingdom of the Bees, which is called the Royal Stingdom, using a mind control device called the Hive Mind. And Queen Phoebe, there's an awful lot of bee puns in this, so you just have to kind of bear with me and like roll with it. So
wait, bear with me. That's also kind of evil. I see what you're doing.
Just be yourself.
Very good. Yeah, let's see how many we can fit in here.
There you go.
But yeah, so Queen Phoebe, she's not too happy about that, and she's enlisted the help of Yuka and Laylee to get involved and take down Capital B and save the day. Now, the game's called Ukulele and the Impossible Lair because not only has Capital B sort of taken over the Bee Kingdom, he's also built himself a brand new lair. And this is actually one of the levels of the game, and he's calling it the Impossible Lair because it's basically designed to destroy anyone who dares go into it. And in fact, he's so convinced in the impossibility of this lair that he's actually just left the front door wide open. And from the very beginning of the game, Yuka and Laylee can actually go straight into the Impossible Lair and take it down. And actually, that's all you need to do. To finish the game, you just need to take down, go through the Impossible Lair and take down Capital B. But there is a problem.
Not so simple.
Yeah, it's called the Impossible Lair for a reason, because it is by far the most difficult level in the game. It's about 4 times longer than any other level.
Wow.
It's got pretty much every enemy and every hazard from the entire game just like crammed into one space, all organized in a way that's really designed to just completely destroy you. And there are no checkpoints.
So you can give it a shot if you're confident in your ability to somehow know everything you need to know without actually having learned it yet.
Yeah, and if you've got the skills, but the thing is though, with that being the only thing you've got to do is finish the game, how do you finish the game? So one option is like get good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's an option, and you know that's something we think some people are going to do. They're just going to be like, yeah, okay, I'm going to keep going through this until I can beat this lair. But for sort of people like me, at least, if you don't want to sort of destroy your TV and your console, there is, thankfully, another way of getting through this lair, and actually that's why Yuka and Laylee are going on this adventure, because at the end of every single level, there is a bee that's been imprisoned.
Okay.
But these are no ordinary bees. These are members of Queen Phoebe's royal guard, the Bee-Talion, and they're basically the most awesome bees in the entire Bee Kingdom, and when you free them, they'll actually go with Yuka and Laylee into the Impossible Lair and help you out. And the way in which they help you out is that every bee will take 1 hit on behalf of Yuka and Laylee. They'll kind of just dive on the grenade and to help you get through it. And so, as you can imagine, the more levels you complete, the more bees you get, the more bees you get, the more hits you can take, and the more hits you can take, the more possible the Impossible Lair becomes.
I like it.
And that is kind of the general overview of the game and why it's called Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair.
So if I collect 5 bees, I can take 5 hits.
Exactly, yeah. That's
Got
right.
it, okay.
And they'll take any kind of hit as well. So if you kind of get, blown up by something, that'll knock one of them out who'll fall to the floor. But also if you fall to your death down a death drop, like one of the guys will sort of grab you and like pull you up and sort of drop you on the side, and then they'll pass out because, he's putting a lot of work there.
Very tired,
He's
yeah.
very tired, yeah. But so they're really useful, and there's a total of 48 that you can get. So eventually, if you play through enough levels, you will get a lot more chances.
And that makes the Impossible Lair actually possible.
Absolutely,
with
yeah.
48 hits.
With 48 hits. That's what we hope anyway.
That's pretty cool. So let's talk a little bit about the development process and your role in the development.
Yeah, sure.
For the fans, I'm pretty sure they want to know exactly what you do.
Yeah, totally. So Gary and I are both designers, and I've one of the major things I've been looking at is the gameplay mechanics, which is just like the general handling of Yuka and Laylee, the moveset, and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And so my role is kind of just making it just feel super, super smooth to play. And like the word we've been using in development of this game to describe the mechanics is fluid. Like we just want it to feel like really silky smooth. And it's kind of really interesting when you watch a beginner playing this game. They kind of sort of walk through the game and stop and jump on an enemy, but the better you get at the game, you kind of find that people start to gradually glide through the levels, and they start chaining moves together and boosting through. And so you can really see there's a big difference between an advanced player and a beginning player. And the advanced players just end up looking that much more cool. They just like just smoothly go through the game, getting this state of flow. It's really cool. So see, I've done gameplay mechanics, and Gary's just done tons of the levels. In fact, he's done all the levels that we're playing. So you know, he's gonna ace them, and it's gonna be no problem.
Yeah. So talk to us about this area we're in now. This looks a little different than where we just were.
Yeah, you're right. So this is one of the things we're really excited about this game. It's like a major addition to the game. It's called the Overworld, and you know, I would completely understand if you like immediately looked at this and thought, okay, you know, it's a nice looking map screen, that's cool, go from level to level. But actually, we've put so much into the Overworld, and it's so much more than that. And we've been describing it as a mini adventure game in its own right, because there's just so much stuff to see and do in here. So, you know, you've got all sorts of really varied locations to visit. There's tons of characters to meet and interact with. They've got all problems they need solving. There's loads of puzzles, which you kind of see as we go through. There's tons of puzzles to sort of get through. And there's loads of secrets. And it's just a really nice place to kind of hang out in between levels. And it's also a really great place to kind of get a bunch of that ukulele charm, because, you know, we really wanted the game to have the characters that people love from the previous game come back, and new characters as well. And they don't really make sense in a 2D level. You're kind of focusing on getting through the level. You don't want to stop and like talk to people all the time. So it's a really nice place to just sort of just chill out and hang out with all the characters.
Yeah, it's a different pace, a different vibe. It's I like how it mixes up between that fluid, sort of fast-moving.
Yeah.
One point to another gameplay and just kind of getting to chill out.
Exactly, and we find that it really kind of complements the 2D levels quite nicely, because you know, when you're playing a 2D platform, you're doing like level, and eventually your like heart's going and the adrenaline's like, and you're like, okay, you know, I just need to like take a step back now and calm down. And the Overworld really represents that kind of, you know, go and get a cup of tea and just have a look. I kind of use the word potter, just like, you know, have a little potter around the Overworld, just like, you know, what's through this passageway? Can I get up there? It's a really nice place to just explore and have a bit of downtime and just chill out.
I
like
look
that,
at
potter.
it.
I'm going to use that too.
Yeah, you can't say it like he can.
Pootle is another word I like to use.
I look at it as an opportunity to hand the controller to one of my kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Just kind of say, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here, try this, and he can just kind of mess around in the Overworld.
That's it, and like, go and find all the secrets for me.
Sure.
I'm going to lay down.
So it looks like I see a challenge level Gary just entered. What's going on there?
Yeah, that's right. So that was a Pagey, and in the original game, Pageys expanded the size of the levels. In this game, Pages do something slightly different. So they offer you a little challenge, and as you can see, it's just a single screen, very brief challenge that sort of...
Oh, he won.
He's a pro.
Wow, does he work on your team?
He designed it. He knew how it worked.
I think so. To just sneak
I've never played it before.
But yeah, so Gary completed that challenge, and like I said, the challenge is kind of really simple little challenges. They kind of test your ability with like a gameplay mechanic. So that one was about rolling, for example. And we should just appreciate this moment, sorry.
Pagey power.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Now I mean, the visuals in this are just stunning.
Yeah.
The colors and the way everything comes together and the depth. I mean, this is definitely a level up for you guys. In this game.
Absolutely. I mean, I really think our art team have surpassed themselves in this game. It does look beautiful, and the music as well. Being led by Dave Wise and Grant Kirkhope. We've got some absolutely beautiful tunes in the game.
Yeah, and I think we're actually going to hop to. So we're going to move on from the Overworld and hop over to a different level, I believe.
That's right. Yeah. So this is going to be level 3. Here we go. Right, cool. Yeah, level 3. So moved a bit further through the game now and get a bit more challenging. And obviously you can see we're introducing new enemies. So we've got spiders, a few new mechanics, stuff like ropes and whatever. But one of the main things you kind of notice here is like the level is very different looking to the original. And that's one of the key things that we're aiming to achieve with this game. We wanted a real variety of locations. So no two levels really share that much. We really wanted to explore all sorts of places that could be in this Bee Kingdom. So we've got town, we've got forest here, we've got factory, we've even got like a Zeppelin in the sky. There's like so many different crazy locations that players are going to be visiting and hopefully sort of really enjoying exploring this Bee Kingdom.
That's so cool, and I love how the save point kind of scans your body.
Yeah, that's it.
And it kind of gives you an imprint of your body as you go through it. Right. That's really neat.
And of course he's got eyes because...
Of course.
Could you talk a little bit too about our heroes, Yuka? It's Yuka and Lele.
That's right, yeah.
Sort of how they have a relationship that goes beyond just hanging out together as they go through the level.
Yeah, well, they're best friends. So yeah, for people who don't know Yooka-Laylee, Yuka, he's the green chameleon, and Laylee, she's the purple bat, and she's kind of a bit sassy, and he's a bit more chilled out. And yeah, kind of individually, they're pretty legit heroes anyway. I think we could have probably made a reasonable game by either one of them, but together, they kind of form this unstoppable team, which is Yooka-Laylee. And hopefully, that's kind of encapsulated in the way the game plays as well. Like, if you look at the way the moves are set up, it's all about teamwork. You know, you can see that when Yooka jumps and Laylee spins, it's all about Yooka doing something that Laylee contributes to, and they really are sort of better together.
But you could actually lose one of them, and then
that's absolutely right. Yeah, that's true. So we don't have a health system or a life system in this game. If you take a hit, what happens is that Laylee is knocked from Yuka's shoulders, and she kind of flies around the place where you took the damage, and in a bit of a daze because she's just been hit. And you've got a small window of time in which to catch her. And if you catch her, that's cool. You can carry her in the adventure, no problems. But if you don't catch her, she'll actually.
Oh,
Gary!
Looks like Gary got a little greedy there.
Exactly, yeah. And Gary made this level, so.
Yeah,
come on,
the level
Gary.
designer tries to, yeah.
If you lose Laylee, then you've got to continue on your own as Yuka. And what you find is that actually the game becomes that bit more challenging because firstly, if you take another hit, you're going to die. And secondly, you lose a bunch of the abilities that you've become reliant on. So the twirl jump that Gary's doing there's a ground pound move, and there's a boosted version of the roll. Those three moves just go away with Laylee. She sort of flies off with them.
Ah, okay.
And
so it enhances your move set.
Yeah, Laylee does.
If you have both of them together.
Exactly, but when you lose her, you're kind of down to just Yuka.
Become a little stiff.
That's it, and you really find you become a lot more tense. And like when the platforming sections come up, you sort of palms sort of get a bit
some of
sweaty.
those moves you mentioned, like the flutter jump, the flutter jump will always kind of get you out of trouble. It can make those. You can make that adjustment you need when you don't nail the jump, and suddenly you don't have that.
Exactly, so. And sometimes you forget as well, and so you'll just be going through, and you're like, yeah, press the button to hang on, she's
right.
gone. Yeah.
I love the 3D nature of this while the characters come into the screen.
Yeah, it's really fun when a character dies and just flies by the camera.
It's really cool looking.
All the secrets in the game as well are kind of slightly telegraphed using that sort of 2.5D perspective. So we have walls that fake walls,
right?
And you can just, if you're careful, if you're observing, you can just see that there's actually a room behind it.
Past it, right?
Yeah. So you kind of keep your eyes peeled. There's a lot of like hidden areas within the levels themselves, and if you keep your eyes peeled, you can.
Oh, look, he made the level.
Like we've got another member of our
level.
Yeah, we've got another member of our battalion. I think we've rescued
That's
here.
right. Yeah, we have. So, Buzzer Khan. Some of them have got some very strange names.
So now we can take 2 hits, 1 hit in the impossible lair, or is it 2? Do we have 2 Bs
We've
now?
got 2 Bs now, so we can take 2 hits, and then of course you've got the sort of generally taking a hit with Yuka, and she flies away. Laylee, she flies away and catch her back.
Have you actually seen someone defeat the impossible lair the first time? You have.
I have. Yeah, we can confirm it is possible.
It's the impossible lair is possible.
Yeah,
without
exactly.
taking a hit.
Capital B says it's impossible, but Platonic says no, it has to be possible.
Okay.
There's no way we were going to make a level that was like actually impossible.
Right.
I don't think that'd be so much fun.
So where is that lair? We're sort of seeing like almost like a mini map.
Yeah,
here.
that's right. So this is where the lair was. It's just up here. So it's actually just to the north of level 1. So we started just south of there. That's level 1, and you can see just north of there. That's the impossible lair. We've had 1 attempt already today, as you can see from the UI, and we got 0% of the way through. So pretty pleased with
This
that.
map is beautiful. I like how the trees are sort of. They almost kind of look like that classic sort of pixel art.
Yeah. And it gives you a sense of how big the overworld is as well.
Yeah,
In fact,
huge.
we just quickly hop back to it, and we can zoom out of the map. You can just see how big the overworld actually is. So it's a really sizable experience, and there's like I said, it's just full of stuff to see and do, and tons of secrets. So yeah.
Right, and earlier you were talking about, when we were off to the side, you were talking about some of the levels and how they have different dimensions to them.
Yes. So, well, let's have a look at that then. So we're going to solve one of the overworld puzzles, and as a result of doing that, we'll kind of trigger something quite special to happen, and we'll kind of talk about that. So this is what we're going to do now. Guys, we're going to do the slightly more involved puzzle in the overworld. So the first one, it was more straightforward. This is a bit later in the game, so we're going to go ahead. You can see he's spent some quills to open that cage. So quills are really the currency of Yooka and Laylee, and they're used in the overworld for things like opening cages, but there's also a shop that sells some pretty cool stuff that we're not talking about today, but hopefully people are going to really like the stuff that you can get in the overworld, and take them back into the 2D levels. There's like a lot of back and forth between the overworld and the 2D levels, and we're really keen to ensure that it felt like one cohesive experience rather than 2 disparate ones. So there's constantly back and forth between the overworld and the 2D levels. So that's great. He killed the 5 enemies. He's got himself another key.
I love how he holds the key in his mouth and gets it with his tongue.
I know. It's pretty grim. It's not particularly hygienic, I don't think.
No.
It's Brass, maybe. Brass, I think, is
It's pretty
Hygienic.
clean.
Oh,
yeah.
well, okay. That's good.
You guys have pulled out all the stops here with the detail. It's great.
Yeah, yeah. So this guy here, you can see this is a character as well. He's called Rampo. Now, we could sit and chat with him, but I don't think we've got time to. He goes on a bit. So, but we could sit and chat with him, and he's actually a returning character. So he was a boss from the previous game, and something.
Can't pick the key up.
Can't pick the key up. This is a really difficult puzzle because Gary can't pick the key up.
You have an impossible layer and an
It's
impossible
definitely
puzzle.
Impossible game. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we may have to cheat somewhat with this puzzle. Just gonna
Imagine I've got the key and now through the door.
through the door.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then there's an area here that we kind of want to get through. You can see there's these like things that need to come down. It's like a little bridge because that's the only way we can get to this key. If we can pick that key up.
Well,
Fingers crossed.
Well, we'll find out.
We will find out live on stream. It's very exciting.
Yes.
So this is another little puzzle you can see marked out on the top of this platform. It actually shows the way you've got to swim underneath.
A bit of a hidden, not hidden thing.
Exactly.
Pathway.
And like, you know, all the puzzles in the overworld, it's not working.
No.
You know what? We would have loved to show you this puzzle.
It's all right. It's Gary and the Impossible Puzzle.
It is Gary and the Impossible Puzzle. So, well, we'll just talk about what would have happened. So he would have flicked this switch, this would have come down, he would pick this key up, and we would go this way.
I like that swimming mechanic too.
Yeah,
like
it's really fluid, yeah.
So how long have you guys been working on this? I mean, you obviously started after the first ukulele.
Yeah, that's right. So a small group of people right after ukulele started working on the game. And then gradually, as we finished supporting ukulele, the sort of team started to ramp up and then at the moment now we've got 30 people at Playtonic, so we're kind of in a really good position to sort of take on any type of game, and so this one's been a really smooth sort of nice transition out of Yuka 1 and onto this one.
And one other thing I've been enjoying in my headphones has been the music of the game. Could you talk a little bit about the music that we've been hearing?
Absolutely. So Dave Wise and Grant Kirkhope, they kind of lead the music on this game, and the number of times I come back from work and just driving home, and I just got one of the level songs stuck in my head, and or like when a new tune comes out, like when they do a new tune for a level, and I'm just like, oh wow, that's so awesome. And then they'll do an updated version of like, oh man, that's even more awesome. So one of the things that I've not spoken about, because unfortunately the impossible puzzle has tripped us up a little bit, is that what would have happened there is that Gary would have smashed Rampo's teeth, which is something that happened in the original game. We do it again in this game. Poor Rampo. Smashed his teeth, and it would have made the river flood into the level entrance where we were stood outside. And what that would have done is it would have unlocked the second version of the level, because in Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, there are actually two versions of every single level. The original version that you find by default, and then a transformed version of the level that you access as a result of solving a puzzle in the overworld nearby. So that was the puzzle nearby that level entrance that we were solving, and it unlocked the second state. Now, what that would have done in that level, so the original version of that level is like very dry, very barren, all the plants are kind of withered and whatever, and when you flood the level with water, everything gets watered, the whole level is raining, plants grow, there's all sorts of different things, and the transformations of the levels are really significant. So the one for this level actually becomes a swimming level.
Okay.
And the town that we were in earlier gets completely destroyed. There's even a level where the first version of the level is like walking horizontally, and we flip it vertically, and you actually end up climbing the level. So every single level in this game has a transformed version that's significantly different in every respect. There's new artwork, everyone's got new music, new enemies, new structure of the level. It really is completely transforms the game. So although the game has 20 levels in theory, every level has a second version, so
That's
in
really
reality,
cool.
it's more like there's 40. And we really hope players are going to enjoy playing the first version of the level, and then kind of wondering to themselves, I wonder how this is going to change. What's the transformed version going to be? And then we think it's going to be like constantly surprising for them to see. Oh, okay.
Sounds like it's going to be. You guys have actually made 40 levels. Right?
Exactly, yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's another example of how, like, what you do in the 2D levels and the overworld, they're kind of back and forth. So, you solve a puzzle in the overworld to unlock a new version of the 2D level, and then you're playing that version of the 2D level, get a B, get some quills, spend them in the overworld, back into... So there's constant sort of fluid back and forth between these two experiences.
So much to do.
And there's so much just like thought and attention to detail in these levels. Like everything has a purpose. Even the platforms that fall away, they were tied up with ropes and knots. Like there's nothing that's just there and isn't sort of connected to the larger structure, which I love.
Yeah, we wanted the place to feel really solid and
it really does. It feels like every level is an actual physical thing.
Yeah, totally. This is a great bit. You expect to be going left, and then
Oh boy.
Like those giant,
Oh,
those are
boy.
very friendly-looking giant like saw blades of doom. You know,
But it
Yeah,
still
it's
looks like
glowing
it
in red,
hurts.
and oh, no.
Yeah. Ooh, gosh.
oh, Gary.
go for it, go for it.
Gary, you're doing a great job
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the tricky levels. You got to take your
That's
time.
really cool. So what's the bell do? It's like another checkpoint?
So yeah, sorry, the bell is where you can regain Laylee. So if you lose her and you're
Aha.
off as Yukon his own, you can get Laylee again using that bell.
There's so much. Fans are really going to love this.
Yeah, I always love these guys. These are called Ghost Quills,
Uh-huh.
and each one sort of represents a bit of a risk-reward challenge for players.
Oh, cool.
And so you can see that in triggering this, he's vomiting quills
Yes.
all over this area, and it kind of really pushes you to take risks in order to get a large number of quills. And this is awesome as well. I just love
Oh, those guys are so cool looking. What are they called?
hang them. They're called minions.
Minions.
It's a word that, like, when it's written down, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then you try and say it, and you just feel really weird.
Right.
Minions.
Minions.
Yeah.
So we're almost out of time for this segment, but I think we're going to see one last member of the battalion be rescued here very
Yeah,
shortly.
Gary's. Actually, probably take a little longer.
Gary's having a great day. But
Yeah,
wow,
yeah,
look at that.
he's nailing it now,
There's
yeah.
another one. And he just kind of throws up.
Yeah, that's it. And there's actually 5 different types, so there's 5 different colors, so he kind of throws them up all over the place. There's a green one who sort of zooms off through the level and draws a racing line of quills for you to chase. So there's all sorts of different ones that pushes you in different ways to take risks.
Whoa.
And as you can imagine, if you hadn't triggered him, this bit will be a lot less chaotic.
Right. I would have died a long time ago.
It's really funny, like, in the office, you watch people playing the game, and, like, they kind of trigger these ghost quills, and all the quills are kicking off, and then they kill themselves, and they keep doing it over and over again, and it's like, you don't need to do this. It's
You
just
don't have to
quills.
do
Just
it,
like, They're
right.
like, I can't, I have to have the
Right.
money.
Plus, it looks so cool.
Yeah. Level is almost there.
Okay.
Gary's
He's ringing the bell.
He's got it.
He's going for it. He's going alone. Forget Laylee.
Oh, he almost. Oh, get the beat.
And he no longer can rely on any of those other
Yes.
moves.
Nice one.
Nice job, Gary.
Good job. Nailed it.
Let's see who we got.
Good job. That's the
Zingari.
best.
This is actually
you got your,
Gary's
you got
big,
your
yeah.
Zingari.
Yeah,
that's your B. Well,
Very nice.
Harry and Gary from Platonic, thank you guys so much for this look at Yooka-Laylee and the Possible Lair, published by Team 17. Do you guys have any? When can we expect to see this game?
It's 2019, so we don't have an exact day, but 2019.
So coming later this year,
Yep.
Yooka-Laylee on the Impossible Lair. Again, thank you guys from
Thank you.
Platonic for
No,
stopping by.
thank you for having us, yeah.
Thank you, Kirk. And stay tuned. Indie Day rolls on. We'll be right back with a look from at RAD. So don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys. And we're back, Nintendo Treehouse Live, Indie Day. I am here with some very special guests. I have Vinny from Nintendo of America, Publisher and Developer Relations Team, and, oh my gosh, from Double Fine Productions, we have Lee, the creative director, and Kevin, the producer of Rad. It's right there on Kevin's shirt. This game is, well, you guys, tell us about it.
It's rad.
It's rad.
Yes, it's our built-in positive review. So thank you for helping us.
I'm going to do my best to not make that pun on stream.
I know.
Thank
It's
you
hard.
for breaking the ice.
It's hard. Yeah, for years when we had the game unannounced, we'd be like, what are you working on? We'd say, well, we're working on something rad.
And here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, so Rad is a top-down action roguelike game that takes place in the post-apocalypse.
Post-apocalypse.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because one apocalypse is like phoning it in nowadays. We got to do two.
Yeah, you got to go after the party of the world ending, basically.
That's right.
yeah.
That's right. Things keep happening. So you play a young character, a teenager, in a town that lives kind of on the edge of the wasteland and has managed to survive for some time, but they've lost their power source. It's failing, so they can't nourish the crops or purify the air, and someone must go on a quest to find new power for the town. And of course, that's where our player character comes in.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of those characters right now, I believe, on the character select screen. You can already see that style just everywhere.
Yeah, you know, the first sort of apocalyptic incident in our game takes place in the 80s, you know, and so that was kind of a starting point for building some of our world, and style is kind of around that.
You can really tell, yeah, to Morgan's point, it just oozes from the art to the music to everything.
Yeah, we have a lot of, I think we have, last count was 45 different music tracks in the game. You know, it's a really big soundtrack, too.
Can we get that later, maybe?
Yeah. And so, you know, when you start a new game, you get this cutscene, and it's really the only cutscene we have in the game. You know, it just kind of sets up the big story, and the town is kind of governed by the Elder, who is this mysterious character who kind of wears this mask, this outfit, and so you're not really sure, you know, what he's about at the start of the game. It's something you kind of slowly uncover. But he's telling the town, like, we need someone to go out into the wasteland to help us. But of course, if you were just to kind of send one of these people out into the wasteland, they would just kind of succumb to the toxins. So what we're going to see here is that the Elder is asking for someone to volunteer, and of course, only the youth is able to do this because their DNA is malleable, as we find out. So the Elder selects them, and we go through the ritual of the remaking, where the Elder is going to use some of the technology from the second civilization that we call the Menders to modify the character's genetic makeup so they can absorb the toxins, or the rads, as they're called in this world. And instead of just succumbing to them, the player character will mutate over time randomly. And that's kind of where our game's unique mechanic kind of comes into play.
So roguelike and mutation sounds like it's going to make for a pretty fun combination.
You might say it's a rad-like.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and here we go. Tell us about the Keytar.
Yes. So we have a lot of Keytar in the game. But, you know, it's the Elder refers to it as the Summoner. So he sort of modified this Keytar to manipulate the machinery of the Menders. Since they're long gone and no one knows how to really work it, he's kind of managed to make it work.
Well, I'm glad, you know, post-apocalypse, you can still have some style, because I've noticed, you know, the youth, they're dressed pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not whether you win or lose our game, it's how you look doing it. That's what it's all about.
I'm excited to see what mutations we see in this run, because like you said, everyone's different, and it's going to be really cool to see what we get.
Yeah, the world is procedurally generated, and the mutations you get are different every time you play. So we'll see what happens, but the one part of our game that is sort of a persistent hub to the whole experience is the town. And so what we're seeing here is a little snippet of the town, and the Elder's activating the transference gates. And when the player goes through that, it'll take them to a random place out into the fallow, which is what we call the wasteland. But the town itself is persistent. So all of the stuff that you do over runs, you can upgrade the town. So there's an armory pass, and you can unlock other melee weapons that have different abilities, and they'll kind of show up there. There's a town shop here, Shirmi's shop, and she starts with, like, you know, one little item on a table. but over time, you can upgrade it, and she gets a whole facade and neon lights. Looks like a Sam Goody store from the 1980s, in a mall. So
And
you get the.
And like you said, you're not going to lose that if you die in one of your runs. You'll get to keep that.
Right. This is it's sort of a storytelling hub because you've got like town characters you can interact with over time, and they each have some of them little side quests and stories. But it's also a way for the player to kind of over several runs, improve the town visually, and but also to give themselves advantages in the game they don't necessarily start off getting. So.
Totally, and I am a huge fan of roguelike, and I think that's a big part for me is the progression, kind of once you're dead and what carries over in addition to sort of the, the mental memory, right?
Yeah, yeah. And, we have this theme in our game that as you continue, and you'll see as we start to mutate, your character becomes less human looking. So you're sort of sacrificing your humanity to kind of help save the world, if you will. And the people's reactions to you changes as you come back into town based on your appearance. We have like unique dialogue for all that sort of stuff. So the teenagers hang out here in this sort of area. They think they're being rebellious, but they're really like 5 feet away from all the adults. It's like the only place they can go.
Wow, playing some arcade games over there.
Yeah, we've got some breakdancing. They're playing some arcade games. The teens are kind of, in some ways, jealous of you because even though they're kind of scared of what could be out there. It's really a chance for you to like make an impact, to kind of see the world because you've never really left this kind of contained area here.
And what's this machine over here? I think I cut you off earlier. You had a comment about this machine maybe over here.
Oh yeah, so this is Mac. Mac is a speak and spell style device that's been strapped to an old computer in an ATM. So he's the banker. And so if you invest in Mac, Mac will expand your capabilities. So you'll start to like save some of your money on death, or there's a remote network of ATMs out into the wasteland that you can activate to like, withdraw or deposit money depending on which features you've unlocked.
I love that. Got it.
Shall we head to the wasteland here? Let's see.
You got this, Kevin.
Yeah. This is where it gets random. What's gonna happen, Kevin?
Yeah, and you guys are helping make this game, but you have no idea what we're about to see.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I think there are plenty of other roguelikes that have a little bit more of a role-playing game vibe to them. And really what we wanted to do is not only make the world randomized, but make the player randomized. That's the unexpected drama that I think makes roguelike so interesting.
I'm so excited. It's going to make a lot more sense. You guys are going to see that happen. It's awesome.
And when you start out into a new world like this, you just have your bat, and the bat has a couple special properties to it, and we have a pretty good melee combo system that's always there. The mutations will kind of add to that, or you'll see as we get them. But when the player moves through the world and they defeat muties, they'll start to fill their rad meter at the top as their body starts to absorb the toxins. And when it fills, that's when you get that mutation. So we'll see here what happens. You can also see that as the player moves through the world, they're leaving behind a trail of new growth. You see the kind of grass there. And that's kind of a byproduct of the way they've been modified. Like their body is like a walking humidifier or filter system. It kind of pulls the toxins out of the world and is leaving behind a little bit of growth.
A little bit of love, yeah. And I could even see some completionists out there trying to scrape the whole map and really, paint the world green.
Yeah, like as we just saw that object that was activated there, you saw a lot of that regrowth just happen like in a big whoosh.
Yeah.
It mechanically, it helps the player know where they've been because, our procedural levels are not small room to rooms. They're kind of a bigger, more open-aired experience. So, there's a lot to explore, and that is just a great visual way to say, oh, I've been here or I haven't been there. Right. You can see Kevin fell off the cliff, but the starting bat the player gets, which is known as the Elder Bat, it will teleport you back up if you fall off a cliff, and so you lose a little bit of health, but it's not like an insta-kill or anything.
Right.
There's other bats that you can unlock that have much more pronounced melee attacks, but then maybe don't save you as much when you fall off cliffs. So it's kind of a choice you have to make.
I see.
So the growth that you leave behind you is not only, like I said, it lets you know where you've been, but it also speeds up reach reversal. So when you run on it, you move a little faster. We just mutated. Mutation. So you see he's mutated, and one of his arms is turned to a firearm.
Oh.
And so now he's got ranged ability, which he didn't have before.
It's a literal firearm. I love that.
Yeah, we have a lot of really bad puns in the game, especially as it comes
not
to
bad.
mutation names. So yeah, we have a firearm, and all of our mutations kind of have a real obvious use. Like you probably saw on the pop-up when you got it that it says, hey, yeah, you can aim with the right stick, and if you hit this button, you'll shoot a fireball.
And right now, I believe he's trying to clear out this area for this respirator. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the high-level goal that you have in every level is that you have to find these objects called respirators, and when you transform them, you sort of activate them using, you see these like vines connect you to the device. When you activate it, it has a laser that shoots from its mouth and points to where you need to go. And so, you can open your mini-map and inspect it, and you can kind of see, you can kind of scroll around and zoom in and out. You can kind of see where those lasers are connecting. So there's lots to explore, but just the very high level, activate these respirators. They'll point you to these gates that they power with their lasers. You go through that, you fight some sort of boss, and then you...
It's also random, right?
Yeah, which is also random, and see how long you can survive.
Right.
And you see, we also have this whole elaborate set of interiors levels, and these aren't usually mandatory, but they contain shops and better loot, and they're a little more dangerous because you're a little more closed in as well.
Saw a floppy disk there, a puzzle cube.
Yeah.
Say, maybe for the youngins that might not know, or be familiar with the floppy disk or cassette tape.
Yeah, our currency are cassettes, and the keys in the games are floppies, So the people in the now, which is what the sort of current timeline in the game is called, calls the sort of 80s civilization the Ancients, and then the second civilization are the Minders. And all these weird sci-fi tunnels were made by the Minders to try and kind of reconnect the world after the nuclear apocalypse just shattered everything. But there's a lot of almost like they don't really understand what those cultures are around, so they think like cassettes and floppies were of significance. They use them as like common currency and things like that.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. There are a lot of them laying around.
Yeah. It looks like Kevin just picked up an endo mutation.
Yeah, so we have, these sort of exo mutations like the firearm, and we have a whole separate system for endo mutations that come from interacting with these various Minder machines. And you can have any number of those, and they're kind of like passive abilities. So you see, we found this. You can also find communities out in the wasteland. This is a group of people called the Cathode Raiders, and they're really obsessed with 80s technology and the 4:3 aspect ratio. That's who doesn't love that? But they. Sometimes they'll have little side quests for you to do, and so in this case, they wanted their fire lit, and hey, Kevin happened to have a firearm, so he could light it for them.
Right.
What were you saying?
And that just feels like it was planned, but it was
random.
Yeah, it's very serendipitous. Wow.
So we didn't really want the community interactions. Our game isn't about people shooting other people and arguing over resources. It's really about everyone kind of wants the world fixed, if you will,
Yeah.
And they each have their own obsessions and their own way of dealing with the sort of issue.
And I was going to say, even it's a post-apocalypse, it's quite colorful, and it's not like a dreary sort of apocalypse that, I'm kind of used to.
Yeah, there's that post-apocalyptic wasteland. That's kind of a common trope, but you guys sort of took this whole new take on it, in my mind, is like regrowing this, adding this beauty back into that. Can you talk even more about that?
Yeah, for sure. So, I think one of the things that we thought about when kind of coming up of our take on it. Sorry, he looks like he found a secret bomb shelter.
Yeah, if I can get up to it.
You can get up. Try the TV there to your right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so we've got these secret interiors you can find. So this one took a floppy key, and now he's sort of discovered a little bomb shelter. So, we have a lot of little hidden things.
I played like 30 hours of this back at the office, and I have not seen a single one. So
We've got a lot of hidden
excited
stuff
for
in the
this.
game.
Wow.
So he found another Cathode Raider. You see, this is Brother Ampere, who's been sort of trapped down here, and he's like really. So when we try to make any of the interactions, and he gives you a floppy as like a thank you for helping rescue him. We try to make all the interactions with other people positive. Because on some level, there's this meta arc that goes over the whole game, and as you finish a successful run, you get a story drop, and all of these communities you find and interact across all of our biomes ultimately all play a part in kind of saving the world. But it takes many hours to see that whole meta story, so it's just kind of thematically woven through the levels.
So yeah, whether it's adding a flower or a piece of grass to a barren spot of dirt on the micro level or the macro, the whole story, it kind of all has that regrowth and rebirth and everyone working together, which is a really cool apocalyptic angle, I think.
Yeah, I think, when we started making this game, why is Apocalypse relevant for us? And I think we sort of have this kind of obvious theme, but something that's still very relevant, which is that these two older generations, these older civilizations have kind of destroyed this world and left it to rot. And who's going to fix the world? It's the young people, right? And so you've got these teens that all the hope is placed in these teens. And kind of what you find by playing the game is they're ultimately saving it from themselves. They're not just following orders. Ultimately, it's up to them to do it and the sacrifice for them to make. And maybe it's not fair, but that's what it is.
That sounds a little familiar, but also quite deep.
Yeah, and I think it's the same. It's the same sort of angst people play. But that really got us thinking about regrowth and the transformation. And wouldn't it be neat if you could just by taking on this quest and maybe sacrificing something, couldn't you the world just got ambiently, more verdant, started to regrow. That little trickle of hope in there.
It's really cool and beautiful at the same time.
Yeah.
And now, so Kevin is activated those respirators, and we've gotten into, this is a mini boss fight. So, all of our mutants come in a few different flavors. We have the sort of base mutants, and we have evolved and alpha versions of them. And the alpha version he's fighting here, they have, of course, a lot more health, but they tend to have extra moves or extra abilities or attacks that the base ones don't have. So this guy's got, this is an enemy we call the Smushroom, because it kind of looks like a mushroom and it smashes itself down.
Yeah, I could see
Kevin got it.
Yeah.
He's a pro.
Ranged exo mutation can be really helpful for that fight.
So you see when you defeat an alpha, they often drop a heart, and if you, I guess, devour the heart. I would never think of it that way. If you absorb the heart, how about that? It actually split his first heart, so you can see on his heart bar there, he's got the first one has got 3 pieces, and then 2. So between all of our levels, you as a player can choose to go back to town, or you can kind of go to the next procedurally generated wasteland level. And so we're just going to go to the next level, but a player could choose to go back to town for a lot of reasons. Like you might have money, and you might think you're going to die, so you go back to town, deposit some of it to keep it for a future run, or maybe you found something you think you can plant in the town farm, and that's another sort of upgrade path we have where you can find these strange fruits growing in your grass trail and pick them. And if you eat them right away, it gives you an immediate benefit, but if you save them and go back to town, you could plant them and find out and see if something happens. We won't spoil it all.
I love it.
So, but we leave that to the player, whether they like to kind of control that flow as much as possible. You want to go back?
Yeah, take a breather, deposit some money in the crazy ATM connected to a spelling machine, whatever. Or just keep on rolling.
Yeah, yep. Kevin's feeling confident. Don't need to go back to town.
Yeah, we'll see. So, we have, as you play the game, the biomes progress. And we have sort of 2 levels per biome, kind of vaguely themed. So we're in the kind of the cracked land in here. But each of those biomes can have randomized time of day, randomized weather that can really mix up the experience, as well as, of course, the whole layout being procedurally generated.
There's just so many different elements. So, there's no way a single run could be anywhere near the same. It's just going to be, wow.
It's quite a bit different.
Right.
Now, you can get multiple mutations, so probably somewhere in this level, Kevin's character will mutate again, and we'll see how that works with fire. And sometimes you wind up getting 2 mutations that work beautifully together. Sometimes they're a little more challenging together. Sometimes you even have hidden combos where you can kind of use them together to get a whole new ability.
So pretty much you could play this game forever and still not find every single combination.
That's what we're aiming for, forever. We see that Kev was demonstrating there too that Firearm has this fireball use, but if you ground pound and use your mutation button, it actually leaves a fire propagation like circle that you can kind of use for defense to kind of kite enemies through. And that's just sort of like a small example of kind of a hidden combo that you only have while you have Firearm.
Yeah, and I love that about roguelikes like this, where you have these mutations. You never know when you're going to have a certain combination of weapon or ability with a certain enemy. So even if you have a really hard run and you maybe die, you're going to gain some knowledge or like the way something interacts and maybe file it away for the next time you encounter something like that.
Yeah. Well, you can see, too, that just some of the basic terrain shapes. You see in this level, we happen to have a lot of mountain shapes. And in the first level, we didn't. It was pretty flat. Right. And that's random. We have totally different terrain sets even within the same biome. So the sort of elevation's an interesting one because you can only get so far up it by default, but some mutations, we have mutations like wings that will let you kind of flap all the way up to the top.
I remember I picked up an endo mutation with double jump. Blew my mind. Yeah, it adds another layer of verticality to your point. It's awesome.
Yeah, and being able to double jump increases not only the power of your ground pounds, but also lets you access these upper levels you might be able to get to. And there's, let's say there might be secrets up there as well. So
I have a feeling there might be a couple.
One of the other things that you hear while you're playing the game a lot is this sort of voice of the elder who's kind of narrating what's going on. So it's kind of there for comedic relief a bit, you know? He kind of just, we just thought it's funny, like even our pause menu and stuff, he just says every menu name. He's just like pause or, you know? And we recorded like all these alternate takes on the lines. Every time you hit pause, it sounds different, or start a game.
I would have loved to be in the room for that. Jeez.
Yeah, we need 50 takes on pause. Go. But the idea there is that, you know, he's kind of ostensibly guiding you through this experience, you know, from afar, if you want to say it that way. But he's also, you know, he has imperfect knowledge of the civilizations that came before them. So that's where we get some of our humor from, too, is the sort of descriptions and dialogue you write where they're telling you what actually happened in history and it's completely wrong, you know? So he oftentimes kind of evokes terms that might have been used in the 80s because he believes the whole power. You know, they're like, to bring the player good fortune, so, you know.
God, and these kids don't know any better, right? Because it's a post-apocalypse.
That's right.
See another respirator raised right there.
Yep.
I just can't get enough of that effect when it...
Yeah, it's what's also interesting about some of those bigger moments of transformation like that is another thing that you can see one that grew over there. So you see this, we call this a happy fruit over there. When Kevin takes out this enemy, you can see it. And they're hard to spot, and they will grow only in transformation. And so you might see one pop up in your trail, but you're most likely to see them in these kind of big moments. And if you pick it up, it's now this consumable. And he could eat that right now, and it heals him, and those would only grow in your transformation. But that's an example of the type of thing you could also try and take back to town, or you could try, there's various other ways to use objects in our game, but that's something you could only get from your growth.
So you never know when you might need to go back and get some health back. You're totally right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of one of the ways, you know, because we kind of invested a lot of time in creating a bigger sense of world, we wanted to make sure there was a lot of things the player could do for exploration, not just, you know, combat from room-to-room combat. We wanted to have just a little richer place to kind of find secrets and little things like the fruit.
This would be so fun to design, but I can't imagine how you make it random as well at the same time. Jeez.
It's pretty challenging, yeah. You know, like it's one of the first sort of fully random games procedural games we've done at Double Fine, and you know, there's always a balance between, you know, the player wants a new experience each time, but you can't really balance it so it's the same experience each time. You know, you want those moments where you have those really highs, you know, where everything just seems to come together and you have like the best run ever, but you have to counter that with like really terribly, tragically bad runs, but are still fun on some level. You know, you're like, oh, I got my mutation I was terrible with, I bounced myself off a cliff, I died, this mutant stole all of my money, and I had an acid pool and the game was over. You know, that.
But hey, that's roguelikes for you, right?
Yeah,
but
it is.
You might learn something along the way, right?
Yeah, so here's another one of those endo mutation machines. So this will kind of give them, so you see this one gave him a fire heart. So this is a heart type that only absorbs fire damage, but it recharges itself, regenerates over time, so you don't actually have to heal it. So it's kind of a trade-off, like, doesn't protect you against all damage, but you don't have to use health potions. So you can see in our top right, the little icon there shows us that Kevin has activated one of the 3 respirators, but he's still got 2 to find. Let's see if Kevin can do it in time so we can see the boss. This is a traveling merchant here. This is a little character we call Eli, and he's a potion kind of expert. So he sold Kevin's character a potion that when he ingested it gave him an endo mutation. So we have like different ways you can get him. So he got hot foot, which means he can now walk on fire and take no damage.
Sounds like a fire thematic going on here.
Yeah, it's just the way it stacks up. We'll see. All right, so he just took a rad potion, which gave him enough rads that he mutated again. So
gnarly.
Did he get like
gnarly?
He got like giant goat legs or something.
He's got tree trunk legs.
Oh, right.
Will.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know, clear. So yeah, one of the fun things we did is whenever you pause the game, it kind of just like freezes the game as it is and lets you kind of rotate around and see your character up close. So it's kind of fun. You can even like be in the middle of a combat move or something and pause it and get a.
Can we see a little jump kick pause?
The jump, yeah, the karate kick pause is always. There you go. So we got a long pause that time.
Quickly again, so our character started off relatively normal. We've added a arm made out of fire. We've got tree trunk legs. We've got, I can't even keep track. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And what Gnarly will do, so Gnarly is a slightly different, the firearm, of course, is like a direct damage range thing. Gnarly is kind of a crowd control style mutation. When you use it near a mutant, it'll send out vines into the world and hold them in place where they can't move for a short period of time. And so let's see if it works here on this guy. Yeah, so see, it kind of freezes them in place. But the interesting thing about that with firearm in particular is that Gnarly will also make them momentarily flammable because it's kind of like the vines are flammable. So that's kind of a combo that only exists when you have these two mutations, and that's again something the player would normally have to discover.
That's so cool. Yeah, he's like creating those like piles of scorched earth, like burning up the foliage he just put down. Awesome.
And Gnarly is one of those that is a little trickier to use, say, than Firearm because its use is a lot more timing and radius based with crowd control. But so some players are, we've had this closed beta and gotten a lot of feedback on our mutations. And some players are like, oh, I don't really like this one as much in the early levels. But then if you have it in the later levels where you're just being surrounded by so many enemies, it's really indispensable,
right?
So you kind of learn, like, well, maybe it's not the best now, but it's going to be great if I get to that point. And we do give the player some agency over the mutations, even though they can't, say, start a run necessarily and pick the exact mutation they want. There are machines and other things in the game they can find that let them swap them out or let them level them up further. And so the player, can kind of like control that a bit, can influence their destiny. Or like you saw, buy potions that then give them mutations as well. So Kevin only found one respirator. Oh, and there's another little hidden secret there. You notice that door embedded in the wall there.
Yeah, I don't know if these enemies are going to let me take a moment for that.
Yeah.
But I love that Kevin's kind of using everything at his disposal.
He is,
right?
yeah.
Melee, his exo, endo, everything.
So these also take keys open, and so this is our cave system. So we have a whole nother set of procedural undergrounds that are caves, and these are kind of some of the most difficult interiors. And you see they have these sort of albino versions of mutants that live in here because they don't ever see the light, and they're sort of translucent and creepy. The difficulty can really ramp up in the caves because they're totally optional, but I don't want to spoil all the secrets, but there's some pretty cool things you can find in caves as well. But we're not going to fully explore it now because that would take us a little while. We're going to try and get to the boss if we can.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're gonna find that boss.
So we haven't even gone back to town. Risky.
Yeah. Oh, there's a respirator. So you see that that plant there is called a throbber, and what you just saw is an enemy shoot one of his friends because he tried to hit the player, missed him, hit that, it bounced off, and when that happens, it'll actually reverse the allegiance on those projectiles, and so he actually damaged one of his beauty pals.
This is a good example of you kind of have to clear the area out before you can raise that respirator.
Yeah, because we don't lock the player in rooms, which is kind of the mechanic of a lot of our roguelites. You're like, well, the door isn't open until you kill everyone.
Yeah.
We want the player to have a little more free-form combat, use the environment, use cover, get on things, do ground pounds off elevation, but they still have to use some tactics. You can't just like run past all the enemies and turn on that and just that's a really tricky proposition too because you only mutate as you get the sort of the rads from the mutants. So, you can speedrun our game. We have a daily challenge mode, and that's kind of our community connection, and that's a fun one because players can either choose to scrape the map and mutate more, maybe get more items, or they can try and speedrun and get speed bonuses. But then you have to be really good because you're going to mutate less and maybe not find health potions.
Right. It's really
that's exciting. I love a daily speedrun challenge, so that's like right in my alley.
Yeah, and we have daily challenges are fun because we also have a quirk system in our game. And a quirk is something that in the daily challenge is randomly assigned. So sometimes you get no quirk, it's a standard rule. Sometimes you get a quirk that's things like, we have one called Glass Cannon, where you double damage, but you have like half the health, right? Or we have one called Shark Style, where like if you ever stop moving, you start to take damage. So you have, but your speed is buffed, and there's more health drops. You just have to constantly keep moving. So, we kind of throw those curveballs at the community in our daily challenge mode.
How much fun did you and your team have just designing and putting names and adding all these amazing puns?
We really like to name stuff. Yeah, we have this huge Tome of the Ancients in our pause menu for the players to unlock, and it lists like all the mutants and all the mutations and all the consumables and all the artifacts. And so if you're a completionist, we've got a piece of concept art, and a little sort of backstory, lore description from each of those things, and it's kind of a fun kind of meta game to kind of play this.
Right, just get a little bit more involved with the world and the environment and the lore. Yeah.
Yeah.
This map is not being kind.
Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna have time to quite get to the boss today, but I will say that we get these every second level you get full boss, and the full bosses also are totally randomized. So the player knows like, oh, it'll probably be this type of boss, but they don't know for sure what they're gonna get.
Cool. Well, I mean, if you think we're a little bit too far from the boss, I think that's a great place to stop. Leave a little something for people to look forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys have a little bit more info about sort of what the game's coming and a little bonus to talk about.
Yeah, the game will be out on August 20th. And we have a pre-order bonus that we just announced the other day that I'd like to talk about. That's pretty cool. So
yeah, so I think we've got some art here up. You can see that's the stream feed over there.
So the pre-order bonus comes with 2 unique character styles. So we have that's Turbo on the left and Glitch on the right. And you'll notice that they're also wearing some Bandai Namco licensed arcade game properties. So we were managed to work with, they're our publisher of this game. We've worked with them to get Pac-Man and Dig Dug and Galaga and other properties actually in the game. So the arcade bat is also part of the pre-order bonus, and it plays like actual coin-op sounds from those properties as you hit mutants, and they kind of pixelate and de-res. So that's all part of the pre-order bonus, those 2 character skins and the bat.
When I saw that Pac-Man immediately, right, I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love that. And when can we expect, I think you guys have a launch date, so can you just remind everyone what that is?
We'll be out on August 20th, and we're looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Well, I think Kevin's still hunting for that boss, but
yeah, man.
Give it up, Kevin.
But really, Kevin, Lee, I really want to thank you guys from coming by from Double Fine Productions. Vincent, thank you. And you guys don't go anywhere. Nintendo E3 Treehouse Live Indie Day rolls on. We are coming right back with a look at the Dark Crystal's Age of Resistance tactics. So stay tuned. See ya.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. I'm Audrey. I'm here with Kirk from our Publisher and Developer Relations team, and we have some very special guests with us today. We have Dave for Bonus XP and David from NMAS Entertainment, and we're very excited that we're about to take a look at the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance tactics. So let's just dive right into this world, huh?
Right, so David's going to take a look at our character lineup here for our party. Age Resistance Tactics is a turn-based strategy game similar to the turn-based strategy games that you remember from the old school Tactics days. We've got a party of 3 characters here, and we'll go ahead and start our Forked in the Road mission. And we'll come into it, we'll get a little bit of a cinematic feel for what's going to happen. We're going to have some character dialogue. Boggy, our lovable Fizzgig, is in the middle of the road here, and the Chamberlain, trekking back with some Castle Guard Gelflings, is tired and a little bit hungry, so he wants to really try to eat Boggy and capture them.
We can't allow that.
No, we can't. But the Skeksis like to eat a lot of different creatures in the Dark Crystal world.
What is a Fizzgig?
It's kind of a fun little puffball full of teeth and very loud.
Duh.
Very animated.
Whoa.
And I should point out that this game is actually based on the Netflix series that is
Yes.
coming out later this year.
Yeah, so it has what we call Season Plus Plus. We have the season content is in the game. You can play through those missions. Whether you want to play through exactly like it plays out in the show, or you want to pick different characters and play through your own way, you can do that. But we also have a lot of extra content, side quests, arenas, and different things that you can do. Even a new game plus mode when you finish the original game that lets you kind of really dig in and love the world of Thra the way that all the fans do. There's a lot to find and explore in the world. David's kind of waiting for the enemies to make their move here.
Turn-based, of course.
Yeah, we're harkening back to the old school Tactics days, kind of bringing that forward, modernizing it with this awesome IP that has all this lore that we can dig into, all these creatures that people have seen and some that they haven't. There's so much that the Henson Company has in this franchise. It's actually really fun to dive in and see all the different things that people don't know about.
Now, I saw the last trailer for the Dark Crystal, and I'm terribly excited to play, not only to watch it, but to play this game. What's it like? Oh, did you actually get to work with Jim Henson's company?
We do, actually.
In conjunction with this game?
So it was a little fireball there that David flew from Florette, one of her special abilities. The Chamberlain's buffing those guys now. But we actually have been out at the Henson Company a couple of times. We've gone to the Creature Workshop. We've actually worked with them to get some of the dimensions from the puppets from the show. That's really one of the great things about this world is they still do so much of it with real puppets. And it's incredibly impressive to see how many people it takes to run some of those puppets in real time. And one fun fact is we actually use that information to change how we build our characters.
It's so cool.
We want the models to look right, we want the animations in particular to feel like they're from the world of the Dark Crystal. And there's a little bit of CG in the new series from Netflix, but so much of it is done with the puppets, and that iconic look is really critical to fans who love the franchise. So we wanted to really capture the way that felt in the game.
Yeah, it really is. It's a beloved franchise, and seeing that melding of the puppets that we remember from the original movie and modern technology is really, it looks like it's really going to bring that world to life. And to see that detail brought into this game, you folks are really doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, our art team has dived into this with a huge passion. Starting from our senior concept artist, Andy Cottenham. And to be honest, this game genre was his idea to do with the Dark Crystal. When we talked about doing it, he said, we have to do a tactics game. And, I guess we had to.
That's cool.
But, the artists have really enjoyed working with this franchise that, for a lot of us have loved for 30 plus years. And it's fun to be even just a little part of bringing it to life in a way that will extend what people can see on the Netflix series. But also, even for people who just love great tactical strategy games, hopefully we can introduce the Dark Crystal to those people too.
That's so cool. So the actual models that you see here in the game are the actual models from the TV series, which is
not
so
the
cool.
actual models. Those are frankly, too high detail because
Right.
those are made for film. So we're building everything for the game, and we do have to make a few concessions to gameplay.
Right.
A good example for the purists, they'll note that Boggy, our Fizzgig, is a little bit larger than he would be in the show. If he was the same size as he was in the show, he would be this tiny little dot that you would have a very hard time seeing when you played them. So we're working with the Henson Company to make sure that it's faithful to the original source material, faithful to the things in the new show, and it feels like the Dark Crystal all the way through, even though we obviously have to make some concessions to playability.
Yeah, finding that balance of being true to this original vision, this world that so many people are absolutely in love with, and making an actually playable, enjoyable game is no small feat. But you guys really did a good job, and you can just see the way the characters are moving. It just brings all of that to life.
Yeah, well, the art team will be very happy to hear that. Back when we were talking there, David threw a fireball from Florette, but it worked a little bit differently because of the elevation. So,
elevation matters in this.
Yeah, it's actually one of the big critical things. Everybody always wants the high ground, and we certainly want that same thing in our game here. So, the elevation changes the way that fireball works. It gives it a bigger area of effect, so you can take out a lot more of the enemy. We've actually defeated the castle guard here, so. Story-wise, the Chamberlain's going to run off and go to a different area. We'll follow him. This is still very early in development, so we don't have all the bits and pieces in. What we do have, can talk about the job system here. So if we go take a look at Florette's, again, still early UI, not all the content, but one of the things that's very important to fans of this genre is a rich, deep way to upgrade your characters and to really dive in and make them your own. So we were the Sage in the first level that we played there. And if you goes down and takes a look at the Bowmaster job, you can see the stat changes there. The Bowmaster gets more hit points, but they have less magic, so they can't do quite as many spells. But the Bowmaster, one of the things that they can do is they can fly. So if you're a fan of the Dark Crystal, you know that all the females in the world of Thra can fly, all the Gelflings can fly. And we've brought that into the game, but this is a good example of how we've gamified the world, because if we let all the females fly all the time, we know that this would be a game full of females, and that's all anybody would want to play. So that's not quite what we want. So we've made that we put that into the job system here. So the Bowmaster is essentially a sniper that can fly. She has that power shot there that has a really cool benefit that's actually not called out on this screen. We'll talk about it a little bit later. And so we'll pick that because the map that we're going to is the quarry. And from taking a look at that picture or knowing that what the level is, it's something that has a lot of height variation, and that ability to fly will come in handy. So go ahead
I'm a
and start
big
that
fan of the
mission.
ranged class, and if I'm ranged and I can fly,
it's over.
You got me.
That's it.
Right?
Well,
Okay, that's what I'm playing.
the Bowmaster will be the one that you want to play. So
sweet.
Here's a little in-game cutscene. Again, still working on how this sorts out, but the Chamberlain has captured another Fizzgig, so we need to go save them. We can't let the Fizzgigs die.
That's just not nice.
And one of the castle guards, is carrying that off, and we have to catch them and defeat them before they get off the level. So,
okay.
It's a little bit of a turn-based pressure. We don't want to say time because you can take as long as you want to make your moves. But if we take too many turns, then they'll escape and we'll lose the level.
I love the way you've set up your levels. It's kind of like a set piece. So users can get a really clear idea of the layout and kind of the objectives. It's really neat.
Yeah, so you've actually stumbled into one of the big debates that we have right now. Like you said, the game is still in development. We certainly would love any feedback from fans, but this is a very honest way to portray the game world.
Sure.
Everything you see, you can move around on. But it's we can put a skybox behind it and expand the level out and make it look a little bit more fully engrossing, but it gets a little bit more hard to play. You don't quite see where the game world ends, and the debate is raging between Bonus and NMAS right now. People on both sides talking about what we want to do and how we want that to look. So he's moved Florette down. She has a new outfit because of her different job. We can take a look at the command wheel there. Up is about movement. To the right, we have attack, and then we have two powers at the bottom. As you upgrade the characters, additional abilities will fill in those extra spots, and eventually if you go all the way with the job, you'll have all 8 slots. You'll be able to do something with those.
I love the ambient animations that are on each of the characters. They're just not like little chess pieces. They actually move around. when
Yeah,
they're not
we
being
call those the
selected.
board animations.
Yeah.
And it's actually one of the fun things that the animators can do to go put a lot of life and energy and personality in the different characters. And it's not entirely apparent, I think, here until you can see some more of the content, but the board animations are actually one of the elements that change out based on the different jobs that you pick. So,
Okay.
Yeah, there'll be jobs are primarily for the hardcore strategy folks about the abilities and the stats, but those things are also impacted by the gear that you can equip. There's a gear model in the game. We're not showing that off today, but you can equip different weapons and whatnot. A Netflix show takes place about 100 years before the movie. So when that trailer dropped a couple of weeks ago, it gave people a glimpse into what the show is going to look like and the different Gelfling clans.
Okay.
So there's 7 Gelfling clans. They don't all get along as much as you might like. But each of them has different jobs, different gear that you can equip, and different passive bonuses that the Gelflings and some of the other characters, Fizzgigs for sure. There's another playable class of character that we're not yet ready to talk about. But with those different 3 races, you'll be able to do different things based on where they come from.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
And as you mentioned, the game and the show take place 100 years in the past based on the original movie. So it must have been a lot of fun to play in this world that looked so different from what fans have already seen.
Yeah, actually, we've had, like I said, we've been working with the Henson Company and Netflix. We've had the scripts for a while. We've seen all the concept art, a lot of the puppeteer tests and things like that.
We're jealous. Go on.
So we knew what was
jealous.
coming. And, working on secret projects like this, it's both a blessing and a curse. We've got paper all over the windows of our office, and nobody can come in. And if they do, we have to shut off all the work. But it was really exciting for us to finally have people know what the Dark Crystal world 100 years before the movie looked like, because it's very different.
Right.
It's this verdant, green, lush expanse of all these creatures and all these really cool environmental differences between where the different clans are. And that's something that we'll be able to plumb here and showcase very well in the game.
And I'm sure fans want to know, I mean, if they were to work at Bonus XP, they would already know how the show ends and all the everything that happens.
That is true. We have quite a few NDAs that they have to sign.
Wow.
But we are certainly interested if people are fans of the Dark Crystal. We're also working on some other titles like Stranger Things. They can certainly hit us up, and we're always interested in good people.
I think there's no shortage of Dark Crystal fans.
No, all the more reason to get
I-
into game development is to like get behind the scenes on your favorite IP.
It's actually been amazing. Like we don't always have the best perspective, because we're obviously huge fans of the IP and love the movie, and it's been a dream to work on something like this. But it's been incredible to see, even just in the last couple of days since we announced the game, how many people are, oh, Dark Crystal, I'm in, or tactical strategy, I'm in, and this is a double I'm in for a lot of us. So hopefully,
right here.
the things that we love about the world of Thra and the tactical gameplay, that'll come out, and we can create some new fans.
Yeah, and something that's really compelling about this game is that even if you watch the show, if you play this game, you'll get to see scenarios that aren't in the show. You'll get to meet characters, see environments that you wouldn't get to experience just by watching the show. So it's really a great way to either complement the show or just something to experience on its own.
Right. Maybe David will fly down to the bottom there with florets.
Ooh, yeah, let's see her fly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually on my bonus attack right now.
Oh,
so.
okay. All right.
Oh, don't step on the strategy.
One of Florette's really cool abilities, the one that I mentioned earlier that wasn't shown in the pregame, is that if she gets a crit, she actually gets an extra attack.
Ooh, yeah.
And elevation matters, like we talked about before. So if she gets a crit, or if she's higher elevation, she gets a better chance for a crit. So that actually plays into gameplay, and she can fly, so she can get on top of those boulders that we can move around. She can fly down and get on some of those scaffolding, and she can kind of actually hang herself out in the middle of nowhere if you don't watch it, because she has so much mobility. Some players try to rush down and attack the Gelfling that's carrying the Fizzgig with just florets, and if you're good enough, I think you can pull that off. But most of the time, it's a really cool idea what Dave is doing here to use Florette as kind of a forward person.
Whoa, that's a nice strike right there.
To come in and clear some people out, and then backfill with Kevin and Boggy there.
Yeah, another cool thing about this game is that the way you interact with the environment is really important with this. Not just the elevations, but we see these boulders here that you can use to your advantage.
Right.
So there's a lot for tactical strategy fans to sink their teeth into.
Yeah, it's so our chief designer is Bruce Shelley from Civilization, Railroad Tycoon. A bunch of the people at Bonus, including myself, worked together at Ensemble Studios with Bruce. And so Bruce always talks about we put a lot in the box. And in the old days, there actually was a box. Nowadays, it's a virtual box. But that philosophy still remains for the types of games that we make. We want a lot of depth in there. And so there isn't just one way to play this level. If David rotates the camera around, we can see those torches up to the top there. They were showing kind of the easy way down that mount, the quarry, but that was filled with guards, right? So you could go down that way, but you're going to have to fight. He's kind of taken the back way down, and you can use some of those boulders to create new paths for your fellow teammates to come down. In the first level that we played, there were those columns, and you can knock those over, and of course they crush everything that they hit, which is fun.
Yeah.
If you knock them over across the river, then that creates a new path that you can go across the river. And we want each of the terrain sets and each of the levels to have all that depth and different ways that you can play. I mentioned the new Game Plus mode, which we aren't quite ready to talk about how that will work in gameplay, but we want something where people can finish the game, and I'm going to go play again, but I'm going to play through this way. I'm going to take my character and get these upgrades, or I'm going to play the levels and try to get all the collectibles. There's a collectible kind of secreted off on the side there, and kind of hard to see unless we scroll over. Yeah, you can see they're guarding that chest over there.
Oh, that's cool.
So there's a really sweet piece of gear in there.
That's something that you don't have to get during normal gameplay.
You don't have to get it.
Leave it alone.
And honestly,
no, you have to get it.
Well,
you're that kind of gamer.
Yeah, we want the completionists to have things that they can
sure.
go get. But it's definitely a harder thing to do. You're taking time and effort from saving the Fizz gig to go get that, and we like those optional objectives. Different ways for people to play, different things for them to do.
Nice shot over there.
Thank you. So Florette's rooted right now. She got hit by the archers, so she's stuck up here for now, just using the bow and arrow.
All that mobility is gone because she's rooted.
So Kevin has this really cool thing called Reckless Blow, where he can take a little bit of damage himself and get an extra attack bonus for his attack. So Boggy just got rooted there by that archer attack as well. I guess the enemy really doesn't like that boulder. That's the joys of showing a game before it's all the way finished. Is the AI maybe doesn't always
casts
work.
a spell on them, and he's making the enemy think that the boulder is an enemy.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it actually that ends up really kind of hurting what we want to do, because now that boulder is much harder to knock into a spot where we can use it.
Uh-oh. So maybe it is some sort of strategy Jedi mind trick that they're doing.
Well, I guess if the AI become sentient, then the programmers will be very happy.
Oh, there's flight.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that obviously that's a really cool feature. We have to balance it.
Right.
So she doesn't have she can't do as many spells. We talked earlier about she has less magic.
Oh no.
And the Bowmaster is one of the upgraded jobs. You have to work a little bit to unlock that one.
Getting worried about our little friend over there.
I know.
Well, we have a couple of world turns left to go get over there. You can see the turn order in the top left of the screen.
Oh, right.
Again, still a preliminary display, but as each character moves, they move around in the turn order. We have a really cool feature for people that are very micromanagey. If you don't take your second action, you actually don't use up all of your speed, which is how you get to go next. So if you have extra speed left over, then you can use that to kind of change the turn order if you want. And because you can't walk through enemies and you can use them to block and things like that, that can become very important on some of the later levels. If you're playing on the harder difficulty, for example, to kind of have those very specific tweaks that you make to your turn.
Now, do you have, will the user be able to select a difficulty level out of the gate?
Yes.
Okay, so as you're playing through the campaign, and the campaign, I assume, follows the TV show.
Well, it's as Audrey mentioned earlier, we have all these side quests. So the campaign, if it has a really cool world map. It's one of been the most fun things to work on is taking the world of Thra and all the different clan areas that are on the map and showing those on the world and unlocking them as you make your way through. The story will snake its way through the world. And then you'll unlock, this side quest. And you can go down there, and if you want to do that, then maybe you'll get a good piece of gear, or maybe you'll unlock a new party member.
Right.
You'll have upwards of 20 different party members that you can unlock, and even a couple that you can sort of make yourself and kind of customize all the way. So you'll be able to follow the TV show. We want people to be able to fulfill those wishes and play the season the way that they want to play it. But we also want to show them all this extra season plus content. Right. This extra things in the world that happen when maybe some characters go sort of off screen and do some things. We'll have a little 2 or 3 mission arc where they can go figure out play through this thing that happens outside the series. And then also arena levels that you can play repeatedly to kind of level up and use them to unlock new abilities for the characters.
Wow, it's a lot of content, a lot of things to do in this
It is
game.
a lot of content.
Yes.
I think one of the reasons that we love gaming so much is being able to immerse yourself in all of these different worlds. And so being able to do that in the world of the Dark Crystal is just something really special. And especially coming from people who clearly love the property.
We've had a lot of fun, and it's been a blast working with Netflix and the Henson Company to bring this to life in a different medium than we're used to seeing the Dark Crystal. And the show I think really presents a much broader view of the world before the events of the movie, and that there's so much there that people will be able to see. And you mentioned the trailer that kind of blew people away with all the stuff that's in there, and it's been a blast. It's hard to keep it all kind of penned up, and you really can't talk about everything yet.
Don't try.
To that end, to allay any concerns, this level is not part of the game. We know that the fans are not going to want the show spoiled for them. So as we demo the game before the show comes out, we're using content that we've set aside exclusively to not spoil the series. So we're fans ourselves. We hate when people give away spoilers.
No
so
spoilers.
We don't want to do that ourselves.
I saw when I saw the trailer for this game. I guess it was Tuesday. I just sent chills down my spine just because I know of the Dark Crystal. Yes, we won.
Hooray!
I mean, he won.
Good work. Good work. I think we all helped. We encouraged.
Well, I was cheerleading for sure.
Yeah. So the Fizz Gig is partying on top of the knocked out Gelfling there.
Oh, that's cool.
So the trailer was a great example of how we've worked together with Netflix and the Henson Company.
My gosh.
They actually flew Aughra, who's essentially the Yoda of the Dark Crystal world for people who aren't familiar with it. They flew her puppet over here. Our senior concept artist Andy wrote a really great script for that, and they recorded it. NMass put together this really great reveal trailer that blends the puppetry of the Dark Crystal and shows I think some of the fun gameplay that we're going to have. When Aughra comes into the game, that's a special moment.
That's super cool. Like I said, I got chills watching it, and I was just like, okay, it's all coming together, right? Like the show, the game, here we go.
Yeah, we're like kids in a candy store.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance Tactics is coming to Nintendo Switch later this year, so we're all...
That's the right way to say it, I think, right?
That is the right way to say
Yes.
it. Later this year.
We're all looking forward to it, and as you said, the game is still in development, so thank you so much for coming by, David, and giving us an early look at this game that we are now very, very excited to get our hands on.
Well, thank you for having us.
Of course. Do you have any final words you'd like to say?
If anybody has any feedback, we're happy to take that. It is still in development and something that we're excited to share with the fans. I think we'll be doing some additional reveals before the game comes out, certainly. So let us know what you think.
Great. Well, thanks again for joining us, Kirk. Thank you. And everyone stick around, and thank you so much for sticking with us the last few days. We'll be right back momentarily to see this thing off. Stick around.
All right, everybody, that is it for Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. Thank you so much for joining us, hanging out here over the last few days. We hope you've had fun checking out the games. We've had a blast bringing them to you. Few thank yous we want to say here. First off, thank you to all of our developers who came by and spent their time with us, shared their games. A lot of them working really hard right now to get those games finished for you. So we really hope you appreciated a chance to get to hear right from them with their inside thoughts on the game. From our side, of course, it takes a ton of people to make this happen on stage as well as off stage. So thank you to our crew, everybody on the technical side, everybody here and back at the office that's making this happen. In particular, thank you to Yoshika, Yuki, Andy, John, Kate, Gordon. Takes so many people. I'm not going to be able to list them all. But we've had a blast. It's always so fun to come out here and share these games with you. So thank you. And we hope you have a wonderful year. And hopefully we'll see you again next one. Take care. Bye.